side, 21 feet 2¼ inches. In 9th place, Dominic Neve, Kettle Moraine, 21 feet 4½ inches. In 8th place, Marquis Johnson, Lakeland Union, 21 feet 5¾ inches. In 7th place, Tyrone Galvin, Madison East, 21 feet 7 inches. And now directing your attention to the awards area. In 6th place, Cameron Howlett, Marshfield, 21 feet 9 inches. In 5th place, Matt Williams, Mauna Kea, 21 feet 9 inches. In 4th place, Wally Ellenson, Rice Lake, 21 feet 11 inches. In 3rd place, John Dixon, Cedar Lake, 22 feet. In 2nd place, Kyle Brody, Brookfield East, 22 feet 1½ inches. And your 2012 WIAA state champion in the boys long jump from Janesville Craig, Kelvin Coleman, with a distance of 22 feet 3½ inches. Kelvin Coleman, Janesville Craig.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the WIAA, we want to thank everyone who joined us here for the Division I session this morning. The stadium is now closed, and we'd ask anyone who does not have either a pink all-day wristband or a coach's or athlete's band to please clear the stadium at this time so that we can get it turned around. The stadium will reopen at 2 o'clock this afternoon for our Division II and Division III competition. opening the gates promptly at 2 o'clock this afternoon. About 7 minutes from right now, we will give you a countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that assisted us in getting the stadium turned around as quickly as you did, we want to thank you very much for clearing the stadium and helping us open up on time. Again, ROTC personnel, the gates will open at 2 o'clock as scheduled. ROTC personnel, you can open up the gates. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Veterans Memorial Field and the 2012 WIAA State Track and Field Championships. Athletes, as you make your way back into the stadium, members of the Wisconsin Track Coaches Association will be at the various warm-up areas, and they can assist you where the warm-up areas for your particular event are. We want to remind you that lanes 1 and 2 all the way around the track will be kept open for general jogging warm-ups throughout the warm-up period. For those of you in sprint competition, hurdles competition, or relay competition, please see a member of the Wisconsin Track Coaches Association, and they will get you to the appropriate warm-up area if you need assistance. So again, those of you in the area, lanes 1 and 2 should remain open for general jogging warm-ups throughout the course of our warm-up period. You will have 45 minutes of on-track warm-up time, and we'll be closing the track area at 2:45 this afternoon. Athletes, a couple of general announcements as you make your way into the stadium. White athletic tape is the only allowable marking material either at running or at field event competitions. White athletic tape, the only allowed results of the afternoon and evening preliminary competition. Individual heat results.
So we aren't going to actually have a lot of this, but we need to save room for
tomorrow's competition will be posted on the bulletin board at the north end and south end of the main grandstand area. And from a lost and found perspective, if you happen to find any items
starts off
or if you're looking for something, all lost and found items are taken to the information table underneath the main grandstand, located at the north end.
You don't have to have your shoes on yet, Phil. Eric and I put our shoes on down there. Kind of spread yourselves out a little bit further so you save some more room for people that are coming. Yeah. So just spread your gear. I'll be up here. That girl's like, oh yeah? Then who is this? Say that your name is Marty. I said it. How do you know? Because, okay. Really? Okay, off of the last name, there's literally hundreds of people with the same last name. Yeah, I hope she does. I'm sorry, you did her face.
with shot put or discus. Your implements do need to be weighed and inspected before they can be used in competition this afternoon. The officials are set up right next to the information table underneath the main grandstand, and they will take care of checking in and inspecting your implements. Field events scheduled to get underway this afternoon in Divisions 2 and 3 competition. At 3 o'clock, Division 3 boys discus will be at discus circle number 1. Division 2 girls high jump will be at the west high jump pit. Girls Division 3 high jump will be at the east high jump pit. Girls Division 3 long jump to get underway at 3 o'clock. Girls Division 2 shot put to get underway at shot put circle number 1. And rounding out our field events that will start promptly at 3 o'clock this afternoon, boys Division 2 triple jump. In pole vault competition, Division 2 boys pole vault will get underway at 3:15 this afternoon at the middle pit. And boys Division 3 pole vault will get underway at the south pit. We have 30 minutes of on-track warm-up time remaining at this point in time. 30 minutes of on-track warm-up time remaining. should report to their field judge for check-in at this time. And again, if you are in a field event that is competed in flights, all 3 flights of athletes should report to check in prior to the beginning of competition. The field event scheduled to get underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Boys Division 3 discus, girls Division 2 high jump, girls Division 3 high jump, girls Division 3 long jump, girls Division 2 shot put, and boys Division 2 triple jump. All athletes in those field events scheduled to get underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please report to your field judge for checking in at this time.
good thing too, because people being obnoxious, walking away from the previously in 8910, there only had somewhere there should have 10 starting blocks, but there weren't 5 of them. Pretty sad, I think. Come out of box well.
Can we have all UW lacrosse workers back to your respective work assignments? All UW lacrosse
Visual image photography is the official photographer of the WIAA state tournament. Captures once-in-a-lifetime experience for years to come with action and award ceremony photographs. Visit the VIP website at www.vips.com to browse and order photos. Website addresses also provided in their ad for state tournament program. Please be advised that Retro Stadium is a non-smoking facility. WIAA participants in all phases. Thank you. Copy of the state tournament program. The program includes rosters of all qualifiers, records, fees, and other information about the team, as well as the history of the state team champions. We will keep you informed of any kinds of competitors, but an official program will greatly assist you in following your favorite competitors.
From DeSoto to the discus officials immediately. Scoville from DeSoto to the discus officials immediately.
No, Division 3 and then Division 2. It's below Division 3. They'll run Division 2 first year.
I have to go down anyway to get some water. Well, we can say it.
By becoming a WIAA licensed official.
I have another bag. I have a laundry bag.
Umpire program by assessing the official license, click on the link to the WIAA website.
First call, girls Division 3, 3,200 meter relay. First call, girls Division 3, 3,200 meter relay. final call in all field events that are scheduled to get underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Final call in boys Division III discus, girls Division II high jump, girls Division III high jump, girls Division III long jump, girls Division II shot put, and boys Division II triple jump. Athletes in all flights of those field events scheduled to get underway at 3 o'clock. All flights should have reported to their field judge at this time. In pole vault competition, boys Division II and boys Division III pole vault scheduled to get underway at 3:15 this afternoon.
It's kind of interesting coaching. All four of the coaches are working over sectionals are in that slow heat because of that wind.
The WIAA requires good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators at education-based interscholastic events. We request your cooperation in supporting the participants and the officials. Profanity, racial, sexist, or ethnic comments, or other intimidating or taunting actions will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy this meet in a positive manner. Also, please be advised that the Memorial Stadium is a non-smoking facility. The WIAA and participants and all fans in attendance, thank you for your cooperation. Inspectors, 2 minutes. Inspectors, 2 minutes. Athletes, the on-track warm-up time has completed. We ask you at this time to please begin to make your way out of the track and infield area. Athletes, the on-track warm-up time is completed. Again, we ask you to please begin to make your way out of the track and infield area. Inspectors, you can begin your sweep of the track. second and final call, girls 3,200 meter relay, Division 3, all girls. In Division 3, 3,200 meter relay competition to the clerk of course for check-in and lineups at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, just under 10 minutes from our opening ceremonies this morning, this afternoon, 15 minutes to the start of competition. On behalf of the athletes and the WIAA, we'd like to express our appreciation to the Wisconsin Track Coaches Association. Members of the Wisconsin Track Coaches Association have assisted throughout today's competition during the warm-up period, assisting the athletes at their various warm-up periods, and we sincerely appreciate the assistance from members of the Track Coaches Association. Scoville from DeSoto to the discus immediately. Scoville from DeSoto to the discus immediately. Track athlete workers, back to your venues, please. All UW Lacrosse track athlete workers, back to your field venue, please. Alex Schaefer from Amory to the boys triple jump immediately. Alex Schaefer from Amory to the boys triple jump immediately.
because they didn't, because what's his name didn't get any running events. Tall, lanky kid from Zaki.
Yeah, and speed.
That was good. The Noah's the number one seed. Zaki, my guy. What's her name? Yeah, long jump. Yeah, Stalby and high jump too, so they bumped us. They got 5 of us. Because Stahl and both triple jump and high jump. And then Gary gets
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the WIAA, welcome to the West Central Prairie region of Wisconsin and the Veterans Memorial Stadium, the 117th annual WIAA Track and Field Championships. At this time, we ask you to please stand. Those of you with baseball caps or bandanas on, to remove them in honor of our great country. And I direct your attention to the south end of the Veterans Memorial Field, where the UW La Crosse Army ROTC will present our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in the singing of our national anthem. gentlemen, we'd ask you to please remain standing as the colors are retired.
Welcome everyone back to Veterans Memorial Field Sports Complex on the campus of the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. It's the 2012 Boys and Girls Track and Field WIAA State Championships on FoxSportsWisconsin.com. Bill Brophy, Jay Wilson, and our entire When We Were Young Productions crew ready to bring you Division 2 and 3 action. Division 1 ran this morning and early this afternoon, and now we'll see the Division 2 and 3 schools. And Brophy, we had a record-setting morning. We had a lot of great races, and we're expecting much more of the same this afternoon.
In beautiful conditions. We're just talking, there may not have been a better day in the 117-year history of this event. But it is a cool, crisp, sunny day with no wind, and ideal for the athletes. And a big crowd this morning, and a crowd coming in here out for the Division 2 and 3 competition as well.
70 degrees our temperature, winds out of the west-northwest, 11 miles an hour, and only 32% humidity. So a beautiful, clear, crisp day as we hit June here at the state track.
We will start with the final, the 3,200-meter relay. And this morning, in our first event of final in Division 1, Nina, running out of the first heat, set a state record. So buckle in with us. You never know what's going to happen.
Girls 4x800 meter relay in Division 3. We have two sections of the timed finals. So we will run both sections and compare the times from the two, and the top 6 will ascend the podium to receive their state tournament awards. Let's check the lineup of lane assignments for section 1 of our 3,200 meter relay. In lane 1, it'll be St. Mary's Springs, Spring Valley in lane 2, Colfax in lane 3, Melrose Mindoro takes lane 4, Blair Taylor in lane 5, Brookfield Academy lane 6, Oshkosh Lords in lane 7, and Gibraltar Washington Island will be running in lane 8. That's section 1 of the girls 3,200 meter relay in Division 3.
St. Mary's Springs has the best time of that group in section 1. Oshkosh Lords is the defending champ. Their section qualifying time, 10:46.08, is about a minute plus from the championship time turned in a year ago.
So we'll have 4 legs of the competition for each team. Each leg will be 2 laps, and we are underway with section 1 of the 3,200 meter relay for Division 3 girls.
Of that championship team from Lourdes, Abby Moore returns, and so does Claire McDonald. So half that foursome is back to defend their state championship.
As we said, a great day to run. Low winds. It's partly cloudy, but it's more sun than clouds today. And I think the real winners are the spectators. We've had some real hot, humid days, some stormy days through the years here in La Crosse, but today, none of that. Really, as we mentioned, just a perfect day to run a track meet. End of lap number 1 for the first leg runners. Danielle Dackel from Colfax is leading the way right now.
Danielle, just a freshman.
Grace Moyer, a senior for St. Mary's Springs, currently running second. Yeah, we've seen quite an impact by a lot of underclassmen here at the state track meet. Dackel is yet another one, the freshman from Colfax.
She has given up the lead.
At St. Mary's Springs, as Moyer, the senior, takes over the first place spot. Oshkosh Lords currently running in third. Just about to the end of the first leg of our first section of the 3,200 meter relay for girls. Now, Oshkosh Lords makes a move for second, and they'll get it. They're thinking about making a run at first. Clean handoff for Springs. Abby Bussey, a junior, takes over. Crystal Combs is now running for Oshkosh Lords. She's a sophomore, and Bussey for St. Mary's Springs has really opened up a big gap in first. Field pretty spread out now. Quite a gap from first to second, and a big gap second to third. Another big gap back to fourth. But again, they're running against the clock here in the first section. They'd love to post a time and have that second section look at it and think about it.
Elmwood Plum City is the only quartet in the meet that broke 10 minutes in the section.
They'll be running in section 2. In the meantime, Abby Bussey having a very comfortable run, thank you. That's her first of 2 laps she has just completed. Crystal Combs trying to chase her down, but now it's almost a full turn advantage for the St. Mary's Springs team.
Edgar is the team champion that is back to defend their crown, and the odds-on favorite. They returned 18 qualifiers, including every relay team. You'll see them in the second. Manitowoc Lincoln came in second a year ago in the team competition, and they have 9 competitors today, the same as Algoma and Wild Rose.
Getting close to the halfway mark of section 1 of the 3,200 meter relay for Division III girls. It's still Abby Bussey maintaining the lead for St. Mary's Springs. And there you can see the gap she has opened up to second place. Third leg coming up. Elena Moyer now running for Springs. She's a senior. Allison Resop now for Oshkosh Lords. Brookfield Academy in third place, but they're about a half a lap behind. Bridget Malloy running for Brookfield Academy. Meanwhile, out front, Elena Moyer.
First call, girls
looks very
Division
strong,
2,
leading that St. Mary's Springs
First
third
call,
leg.
Girls Division 2, 3,200 meter relay.
The crowd gathering in the bleachers as well as ringing the track. The outside of it. Expecting upwards of 20,000 fans over the next 2 days.
We had a good house this morning. That is a big lead.
Pretty impressive for 3.5 legs, that's for sure. Oshkosh Lords second, Brookfield Academy third, but now the question is, what time will St. Mary's Springs post? Lead is almost a full straightaway. Liz Bone, a freshman, will anchor for St. Mary's Springs as soon as Elena Moyer can finish the front straight.
And you would think Springs has a chance to go under 10 minutes here.
So the St. Mary's Springs relay is senior, junior, senior, and then let's hand it off to the freshman to anchor. And there she goes. Second place, Oshkosh Lords still has about 50 yards to get to their final exchange. It gives you some idea of the length of that lead. Oh, and Oshkosh Lords dropped the baton, and Claire McDonald has to retreat to pick it up. We'll see if that, how much that damages Oshkosh Lords' chances of medal. Right now, the story is St. Mary's Springs. Grace Moyer, Abby Bussey, Elena Moyer, and Liz Bone finishing strong for St. Mary's Springs. Final 50 yards for Bone. And it's a win for the Ledgers in section 1 of the 3,200 meter relay. After this final lap.
So that's going to be a heck of a time, Jay.
Math has never been a strong suit, I'll tell you that. A little over half a lap to go for Bone.
She is well in the lead. This is going to be a good time.
Well,
the record for Division III is 9:39.67, and I think they're going to come close to challenging it.
That was Frederick in 2009. But yeah, that. Now Bone coming around for the final time. Crowd cheering her on, and they know something special is happening with this St. Mary's Springs relay team. Gonna be close. 9:37 plus. We'll wait for the official time, but Grace Moyer, Abby Bussey, Elena Moyer, and Liz Bone complete the win in section 1 for St. Mary's Springs. There's a happy group of young ladies having fun to laugh.
And I think they might have set a new mark in the Division III 3,200 meter relay. Here comes the defending champs at distant second.
Claire McDonald finishes. 9:37.64 is the time for St. Mary's Springs. It looks like that's going to be a state record by 300, son.
Yeah, so congratulations to St. Mary's Springs. Here's a battle for third place.
And the battle won. And there's your finish. So that's section 1, and boy, what a target section 2 has to shoot for, as St. Mary's Springs gets a state record in 9:37.64 in section 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
so these 9 quartets know they're going to have to set a state record to win gold. But we saw it in Division 1 this morning, where Nina shattered the Division 1 mark in Heat 1. In fact, bettered the Heat 2 winner by 19 seconds. And looks like history is repeating itself here in Division 3 this afternoon. St. Mary's Springs out of the first heat of the Division 3 meet has certainly set an impressive mark to shoot at.
Oshkosh Lords is second in that heat by 18 seconds behind that record time of St. Mary's Springs. All right, now we go to Heat 2. And they have some work to do. Elmwood Plum City will run in lane 1, Flambeau in 2, Darlington lane 3, Pittsville lane 4, Auburndale lane 5, Wild Rose in lane 6, Edgar lane 7, Assumption lane 8, and Cashton will go in lane 9 of section 2 of the 3,200 meter relay for Division III girls.
In Elmwood, Plum City has the best qualifying time of this group at 9:55.48. The only one of the 9 teams to break 10 minutes in the sectional qualifying.
9:37.64 for St. Mary's Springs. Final adjustments to get everyone in order. Now they're crawled to their marks.
On your mark.
And section 2 underway in the 3,200 meter relay for girls. Elmwood Plum City starts out in lane 1. Right now, as they blend into the inside lane, it's Pittsville with the early advantage.
Edgar has a team in this race. This is the only relay event they didn't win last year, and is swamping the field in Division III, winning the team title handily.
Yeah, we'll be talking plenty about Edgar as this Division III competition goes along the next 2 days. Wild Rose in front. As we complete the first lap of the first leg. 5 runners tightly bunched after 400 meters.
Number 2 runners, come on down. Align yourself, ladies.
Danielle Muntner is running for Wild Rose. She's a senior. Now she's just given up the lead. Final turn of the first lap, section 2. Auburndale with the lead. Wild Rose second. Elmwood Plum City in third. Danica Harrison with the first section for Auburndale, handing off to senior Sam Carl, and she's on her way. And Auburndale is the team they're all trying to chase down. Morgan Sweeney is trying to do that for Elmwood Plum City, and she's gaining some ground on the leaders. There you see the gap between first and second.
And it is narrowed quickly.
And it has now changed hands in the lead as Morgan Sweeney takes over first. And now she opens a gap. Elmwood Plum City first, Auburndale second, Wild Rose in third.
Sweeney is just shot by everybody.
Yeah, that didn't take long, did it?
An impressive first lap for Morgan Sweeney. Can she keep this pace up?
One more lap for Morgan Sweeney. They're trying to beat the time of St. Mary's Springs, 9:37.64, a state record in section 1 of this event. Now the lead has stabilized a bit for Sweeney as Sam Carl of Auburndale has at least neutralized things here on the second lap of this leg. Still a long way to go. We're not quite to halfway of section 2 of the 3,200 meter relay.
They have about a 50-foot lead, however, judging by the yard markers.
Flambeau now in third place, and they're looking to put a charge into second place Auburndale. Elena Danziger now has it for Elmwood Plum City. Abby Bauer for Auburndale. And now she's passed for second place. Tori Winters for Flambeau makes the move and gets second place, and now she has her eyes set on Elena Danzig of Elmwood Plum City.
And we may get a lead change.
Winters now right on the heels of Danziger. So far, Danziger's been able to hold her off. But still 400 meters to go for this leg of the relay. Auburndale has lost in other places. Krista Wamsley for Darlington has moved ahead of the Auburndale team. So now it's Elmwood Plum City still with the lead. Flambeau's second. And Darlington third with Auburndale fourth. Now Danziger seems to have gotten a little energy back as she's held off the Flambeau charge and opened up a bit more of a lead. Becky Hartung waiting for the anchor for Elmwood Plum City. Jade Stanley for Flambeau now has it. So Hartung for Elmwood Plum City, Jade Stanley for Flambeau, and that's pretty much going to be the race for this section as third place has dropped off the pace to almost a full turn. So that Elmwood Plum City team who posted that sparkling time in the sectional, trying to take care of business here in section 2, but again, 9:37.64 by St. Mary's Springs is the mark they'll have to beat to win a state championship. We have a runner down near the start-finish line. And the runners, they're trying to get her off the track. That's one of the Edgar runners. They get her off the track, so now that clears the path for the competition to continue. Hartung's lead shrinking a bit as Stanley closes in. Darlington running third. But the race is on the far straight. Stanley catches Hartung. Stanley passes Hartung, but now Hartung stays even. Oh, they're almost silhouettes out there.
After this race, all you got next round,
turn 3.
You got the girls, then you got the divisions 100s and the girls, and then you.
Hartung on the inside, Stanley on the outside.
Both seniors matching stride for stride.
Hartung now with a stride advantage. Now 2 strides. Now 3 strides. Becky Hartung for Elmwood Plum City. What a strong finish for her. And Elmwood Plum City will win the section.
And it won't be good enough to beat St. Mary's Springs, but quite a raise.
9:46.78. Here's Auburndale coming in next. That runner falls over the finish line. Flambeau was second, 9:47.99.
Girls still prone and getting some attention.
Still a couple of more teams to finish, so the clock continues to run, but now they're helping that Auburndale runner up and off the track. So that will do it for the girls 3,200 meter relay in Division 3, and our congratulations to St. Mary's Springs. They are the champions, the gold medal winners, 9:37.64.
Elmwood Plum City second, Flambeau third.
Division 2 record is held by Milwaukee, set in 2004, a record 9:21.67. 2 sections in the girls.
Time now for the girls 3,200 meter relay. This is a final in Division 2. We'll have 2 sections to run in this 3,200 meter relay final in Division 2. Let's take a look at the lane assignments for Section 1. Clintonville in Lane 1, Hayward in Lane 2, Luxembourg, Casco in 3, Lane 4 is Colby, Lane 5, Mondovi, Lane 6, East Troy, Lakeside Lutheran in Lane 7, and Random Lake will run Lane 8 in Section 1 of the 3,200 meter relay for Division 2 girls. Runners have been called to their marks, and we're off with a clean start for Section 1. A year ago, Platteville was the state champion. They'll be running in Section 2.
In fact, they've won the last 2 years. Man, it's the team to beat, you would think. They had the best qualifying time by 9 seconds. Clintonville with the best qualifying time here with a mark of 9:56.97.
And Clintonville has the lead as they approach the final straight of the first lap of the first leg of this race. But there are 4 teams within shouting distance of that lead for Clintonville. Early in the first section of the girls 3,200 meter relay for Division 2. Clintonville has led from the start, but a long way to go. There's a lot of teams that are going to contend for this section title. Looks like Random Lake has now taken the lead. Mondovi trying to chase that team down. Second leg coming up. Delaney Sinnen was the runner that handed off the lead for Random Lake, and now Heidi Flanders takes over for Random Lake in the lead. This is the second leg of 4. Random Lake has now established himself as the leader here in Section 1.
And ironically, Random Lake had the slowest time in the sectionals, but they have a ever-widening lead.
Hayward takes over second place from Mondovi. Meanwhile, Flanders looks very comfortable out front. Ricky Lee is the runner for Hayward, trying to close the gap.
And the lead being narrowed.
Ricky Lee making progress against Heidi Flanders. Now Lee makes a move in the final 50 meters of her leg, and Ricky Lee is going to give Hayward the lead at the exchange, it appears. Katie Berger now running for Hayward. Michaela Kirchner for Random Lake.
And it's a 3-team race.
Emily Ward, East Troy is the third part of that component. So Berger for Hayward, Kirchner for Random Lake, and Ward for East Troy are the top 3. And now Clintonville has recovered. And Clintonville is sprinting to the front again. Now they had the lead early, and they get it back here in the third leg of the 3200 Section 1 relay.
Assumption 3200 meter relay team.
All right, what a turnaround for Clintonville.
Relay team in the awards area to be
Clintonville with the best seed time.
Allison Johnson, another freshman, making her mark for Clintonville, carrying the lead with one more circuit for her before she hands it to the anchor. Samantha Hahn is the anchor for Clintonville. She's a junior, but right now it's the freshman Allison Johnson. Johnson made the big move in her first lap in the third leg. And now she's extended that lead to 50 or 60 meters.
She looks supremely confident for a freshman in the first event of the meet.
Happened fast, didn't it?
She's going to give her team quite a lead heading to the last leg of this relay.
So Johnson, a job well done, and now she'll hand it off to Samantha Hahn, the anchor. And they're off and running. Brianna ceases for Luxembourg Casco, and that handoff she had second place for a little bit. But now that's taken back by East Troy. So Clintonville leads, East Troy second. Luxembourg Casco third. Colby now running in fourth. The last two legs for Clintonville have been something special. Allison Johnson and now Samantha Hone, and she's extended the lead a little bit longer.
They know the defending champ Platteville run in the next section, so they'd like to put a good winning time up there and give them something to shoot for.
Taylor Bell-Sarowski is running in second for East Troy right now, but she has a whole lot of ground to make up on Hone for Clintonville, as the Truckers relay team is looking very strong here in Section 1. Now Hayward has moved into second place, as East Troy's runner is fading a bit. Hayward second, Luxembourg Casco third, but they're still chasing Hone and Clintonville. Keep an eye on that clock in the final 100 meters for Clintonville. Samantha Hone trying to finish it out strong, and she does. So Clintonville will take first in the section. Hayward trying to hang on to second. Looks like they will, just ahead of Luxembourg Casco. So Clintonville posts the time, 9:46.51. Hayward second, 9:53.13.
So Clintonville takes 10 seconds off their qualifying time. In fact, that went according to Hoyle. Clinton, Hayward, and Luxembourg Casco seeded 1, 2, 3 in Section 1. But here comes the supposed fast heat with the two-time champs from Platteville.
And there you see the final results for Section 1 of our 3,200-meter relay for Division II girls. Clintonville the winner. Now we go to Section 2, and there you see Platteville. They'll be running on the inside. Lane 1, Madison Edgewood. Lane 2, McFarland, Freedom, Lodi, Chilton, Evansville, Prescott, and Pewaukee. The teams running in Section 2, again trying to best the time of Clintonville, 9:46.51.
In third, Flambeau, 9:47.99. In second, Elmwood.
Before we run this heat, they're handing out the awards for the 3,200 meters relay in Division 3. St. Mary Springs, our winner there.
Establishing a new state record.
Set a state record in the process.
A team consisting of
Meanwhile, the runners for Section 2 of the 3,200-meter relay nervously await the start of their race. Boy, these seconds must seem like hours as they're waiting to go.
The state record in this event, Division 2, is owned by Pewaukee. It's been around now since 2004. Pewaukee ran 9:21.67 to set the mark.
Now they're making the lane announcements to the crowd again. Platteville, Edgewood, McFarland, Freedom, Lodi, Chilton, Evansville, Prescott, and Pewaukee. It'll be Allie Saris, a freshman for Platteville, running their first leg. So we'll likely see Saris is on the bookends. Allie, the freshman, leading off, and Patricia, the senior, finishing up. Nine teams running here in Section 2.
3 of the 4 runners return from last year's champions. Caitlin Bartles, Julia Lominger, and Saris are all returnees. Laura Donovan graduated. Excuse me, Laura Donovan is with us too.
Chilton has the lead around turn 4.
Caitlin Bartles is the girl who graduated, sorry.
McFarland makes a strong move, and the Spartans runner looks like she'll have the lead as they cross the line. Morgan Reese is a junior, and McFarland does in fact have the lead. Allison Boss from Freedom is a junior, and she's right on the heels of the McFarland runner in second. Final 2 turns for this first leg of the second section of the girls 3,200 meter relay, and a new leader. Freedom has the advantage. Allison Buzz running a successful leg there. Kendra Johnson now has it for Freedom, but McFarland's trying to chase them down. The second leg, first lap of that second leg of section 2 of the girls 3,200 meter run relay. McFarland running second. That's Lodi, the third place team right now.
3 and 2 girls 100 meter high hurdles. All girls in divisions 3 and 2 100 meter high hurdles to the court of course for check.
Kendra Johnson of Freedom leading Jamie Shannon of McFarland into the first turn of the second lap. And now Shannon, yeah, she's moving into first, leaving Johnson behind. So it's McFarland first, Freedom second, Lodi third.
Divisions 3 and 2 100 meter high hurdles.
Jamie Shannon makes the big move for McFarland here in the second leg. Clintonville's target time out of section 1, 9:46.51. Jamie Shannon has turned the complexion of this race completely around. Shannon will hand to Christine Hedinger. And off she goes, and the sophomore Hedinger continues to build that lead for McFarland. Now Lodi has moved into second place ahead of Freedom. There you see Hedinger clear of the field. position change in second place. Lodi now running third. That's Chilton now in second place, behind McFarland. That Chilton runner looks pretty strong, doesn't she?
Yeah, and we haven't heard from the defending champs at all. Platteville not a factor in this race yet.
Erica Owens closing the gap for Chilton. Yeah, the Platteville team is currently in fifth. They're about a half a turn behind the leader. Patricia Saris is waiting for that anchor leg for Platteville. So
Platteville's making up some ground. They might position themselves for Saris to give everyone a thrill. Here comes the Platteville right now.
Erica Owens has the lead for Chilton.
And the pack is getting bunched.
And here comes Platteville. McFarland trying to hang on to the lead, but Platteville is going to be right there, handing it off to Saris. Julia Lowinger with a great third leg for Platteville to get him back in contention. And now Saris goes after Liz Smits for McFarland. Saris in front. That's the Freedom team now moving into second. Platteville 1, Freedom 2, McFarland 3, Chilton 4 right now. Looks like any one of those four teams could win this section. But they're going to have to catch Tricia Saris. Saris leading the way. Liz Bloy is the runner for Freedom in second. Erica Owens, check that. Kristen Linsmeyer is the runner for Chilton in third. McFarland has now fallen back to fourth. This race is going to come down to Tricia Saris of Platteville and Liz Bloy from Freedom. Saris, a WIAA scholar athlete, 6th at the state cross country meet.
First by Divisions 3 and 2 boys, 110.
And she looks to be running very smoothly.
As you said, Will, for a long time, Platteville was just not an issue in this race, but those last two legs of Lowinger and Saris have turned things around. Again, the time to beat, 9:46.51, and man, are they going to do that.
Lowinger is junior, and now Saris the senior. I mean, Platteville will three-peat in this event.
And what a time they had.
Well, let's see if they might have been premature. Let's see if they beat Clintonville.
9:21.84.
Indeed. In
Wow.
fact, they set no, they missed the state record by 23 hundredths of a second.
Oh, well, what a race for Platteville. I guess they were laying in the weeds. They were back, and we kept looking for them, and all of a sudden, Lowinger in the third leg and Saris in the anchor leg turned things around, and Platteville wins the state championship again. Platteville Hillman, 9:21.84, your girls 3,200 meter relay champions in Division II.
The girls from Platteville came within second of breaking the record. They were very close.
There you see Tent City. That's where all the teams congregate and put up their team tents. Beautiful, colorful sight. Great place to meet people too. Share some stories from around the state.
Usually it's a place to go to get out of the heat, but the heat is not a factor. It's a perfect day. It really is. And again, if you're a coach, you want your athletes to get out of the sun and get in the shade, and that's why they build those tents. But you're right. There's lots of camaraderie being exchanged in the tent city there.
Well, sun goes down, it's going to get cool tonight. Quick.
But again, a perfect day to run for these athletes. Wind not a factor.
Yeah.
And again, temperatures low 70s.
Beautiful scenery with the bluffs around the stadium here. Great sight. Okay, as you can see, they're setting the hurdles for the girls' 100-meter hurdles in Division 3. We're going to have 2 heats. These are preliminaries, so the finals will be run tomorrow. We'll get times from both heats, and then we'll compare them, and that will set the field for tomorrow's final. So girls Division 3 up first. Here's who's running in Heat 1. Kyra Tabor of Prairie Farm, Breland Prohaska of Fenimore, Jael Cornell of Algoma, Ariana Shank, Sheboygan Area Lutheran, Taylor Sherry from Kickapoo Lafarge, Molly Loughran from Manawa, Stephanie Peterson from Wild Rose, and Miranda Retz from Boyceville. They're in Heat 1 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles in Division 3.
Tessa Thurs of Edgar is the defending champ. She'll run in the next heat. The best time in this heat belongs to Shank of Sheboygan area at 15.86.
Shank is in lane 5. At lane 4, Jael Cornell had the early lead. Now it's lane 6, Taylor Sherry. Taylor Sherry of Kickapoo Lafarge. And she's going to lead at the tape as a lane 3 hit a hurdle, Breland Prohaska. That slowed her up, but looked like Taylor Sherry won the heat, and she did, 15.67. Shank was second, 16.30.
So Sherry trims almost 4 seconds off her section of qualifying time. And we'll get a look at Tessa Thurs for the first time today. Tessa, one of the stars of a star-studded Division III girls field. She's looking for her 3rd title in the 300 hurdles, and she's the defending champ in this event. One of many talented Edgar runners.
See the volunteers resetting the hurdles. We had a couple of hurdles knocked over in that last race. Now we're getting ready for heat number 2, and here's your field in the girls' 100-meter hurdles for Division 3. Lane 1, Megan McGovern from St. Mary's Springs. She's a freshman. Callista de Kramer from Princeton Green Lakes in lane 3. Morgan Yeska of Wild Rose, lane 4. Tessa Thurs, the senior from Edgar, lane 5. Danielle Weber, Cuba City, lane 6. Amber Dahl of Cashton's in lane 7. Lauren Manier of Cadott, lane 8. And Paige Schoenfelder from Flambeau will run in lane 9. Again, all eyes on Thurs running in lane 5.
Thurs with the best qualifying time at 15.4. She won this event last year in 15.23.
She's always battling Teresa Rock from Newman the last few years. And now Rock has moved on, and Thurs is now the one to shoot for all by herself. She's in the white top with the green lettering for Edgar. Lane 5, Tessa Thurs. Yep, we had a flinch. I think lane 6, excuse me. I think Danielle Weber of Cuba City might have double clutched. Now let's see if she double clutched and went over, or the officials are talking about it. And yep, it is Danielle Weber from Cuba City who will be excused. That's tough.
Thankfully, we didn't have too many DQs this morning for a false start, too, if I recall.
Well, that is a frustrating feeling, no doubt. So Weber, who is right next to Thurs, is the violator on the false start, and so one less runner, one lane open, lane 6, so Thurs has some room to her immediate right. I guess, you know, if you're going to beat Thurs, you have to run a perfect race, and that time Weber jumped the gun a little bit. Now they're off cleanly. Thurs of the lead. Thurs extends the lead. Just gliding over the hurdles. Thurs, one more hurdle, and she cruises likely into the finals with a pretty good run here in heat number 2.
Like the elite athlete she has been in this event, she wins effortlessly with a time of 15.33. So she'll be the top seed in the finals tomorrow.
Amber Dahl of Cashton second, 16:05. Melissa de Kramer third, 16:53 for Princeton Green Lake, and there you see the other results from heat number 2. So we will see Thurs tomorrow. We will see Taylor Sherry, who won heat number 1 with a
He'll be the second seed.
Yeah. Boys 110-meter hurdles in Division 3 are next, but first we're going to hand out some more awards. Looks like the 3,200-meter relay division 3 teams will be awarded.
Platteville 4x800-meter relay team are going to get awarded their trophy for the 3rd straight year, their medal.
Division 2. Yep.
Lane assignments in heat number 1 of the Division 2 girls 100-meter high hurdles. Lane 2, Lexi Henderson, Jefferson. Lane 3, Sarah Nordy, Somerset.
All right, the hurdles are reset, and we now go to girls 100-meter hurdles Division 2.
Mount Cora, lane 5, Taylor Olson, Aquinas. Lane 6,
Heat 1 of 2 in the preliminaries. Lexi Henningsen of Jefferson, lane 2. Sarah Northey of Somerset, lane 3. Tristan Forgay in lane 4 from Mount Horeb. Taylor Olson of Aquinas, lane 5. Chelsea Arndt of Sparta, lane 6. Lissa Veras of Viroqua, lane 7. Amelia Campbell, Sturgeon Bay, lane 8. Hope Kubasek, Mayville, lane 9.
Best time here belongs to Taylor Olson of Aquinas, 15.54.
Runners at their marks for heat 1.
We will have a new champ as Jacqueline Ditter of Monroe won this event a year ago.
It's a good start. Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay, lane 8. Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay will take the heat. Well, everybody always looks at the middle of the track, but that time out in lane 8, Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay is the winner, 15.22. Taylor Olson of Aquinas second, 15.47.
Amelia Campbell won the 100 in 2010 and was the runner-up in the 100 last year. She wins that heat in a time of 15.22 in the hurdles. So trimmed a second off her sectional time. And the locals, Taylor Olson of Aquinas, comes in second.
Campbell qualified not only in the 100, but also in the 300 hurdles, so she gets her weekend off to a good start with a first place time of 15.22 in heat number 1. Now we go to heat 2 of the Division II girls 100 meter hurdles. Catherine Croney is in lane 2 from Ocado. Megan Lindsay from Jefferson, lane 3. Tess Nelson, Northwestern, lane 4. Brittany Dulac of Mosinee is lane 5. Caitlin Hastings, Catholic Memorial, in 6. Erin Perkins of Marinette, lane 7. Marley Keander of Tomahawk, lane 8. And Alex Wagner, Laconia, lane 9.
Brittany Dulac of Mosinee has the best time in this heat.
Tess Nelson is the defending champion of the 300 meter hurdles. And now Caitlin Hastings makes a strong move to the front for Catholic Memorial. Caitlin Hastings with a smooth run in first place in heat number 2. 15.22 was Campbell's time in heat 1. Hastings breaks 15 seconds at 14.88.
She is the one to beat tomorrow. In fact, that team beat last year's winning time by quite a bit. Caitlin Hastings makes some people notice.
Great run by Caitlin Hastings of Catholic Memorial.
100-meter dash trials, second and final call for the girls.
So that takes care of the girls 100 meter hurdles in Division 2.
All girls in Divisions 3 and 2, 100 round.
They'll raise the hurdles a bit for the boys 110 meter hurdles. We'll start with Division 3 up next. You see all the great volunteers. Boy, I don't know how many volunteers there are, but there sure are a ton of them, and they do a great job of making this meet run smoothly.
Yeah, the city of La Crosse, the University of Wisconsin La Crosse, turn out here to support this event. Whether it be volunteering to put up hurdles or pushing hot dogs in the tents outside or selling food tickets.
A lot of athletes from UW La Crosse.
Yep. Whether you're working up here with us, they get a lot of people to support this event, and it has become a big deal in La Crosse area the first weekend in June every year. And we salute Josh Whitman, the athletic director at University of Wisconsin La Crosse, and Josh Buchholz, the on-site coordinator of the state track meet from UWL. They run the event. Larry Terry has done so for years. And Larry's about today. Nice to see him.
All right, just about ready for the start of heat 1 of the boys 110 meter hurdles in Division 3. In lane 2, Dustin Bay of Shawamigan. Danny Trimner of Athens will be in lane 3. Charles Olmstead of Kohler, lane 4. Tyler Schwartzman, Tri-County, lane 5. Cody Ewert is a senior from Marathon. He's in lane 6. Ryan Matthews of Whitehall, lane 7. Kyle Johnson of Darlington, lane 8. And Rex Gould, a junior from Spring Valley, will be running in lane 9. Still adjusting the hurdles, so we're still a couple of moments away from the start of our first heat in the boys 110 meter hurdles in Division 3.
Rosholt is the defending team champ in D3. They edged Gilman by a point last year to win the team title. Marathon has the most qualifiers this year with 12, including all its relay teams. Darlington has 10 qualifiers, and Edgar and Whitehall with 9. Ryland Page of the Prairie School is the defending, or is the champion in this event in 2011. He is not back to defend that title. His teammate Stephen Krieger will race in the next heat.
Yeah, there's only been one guy to win 5 events in one state track meet. There was a guy named Alvin Cranesline from Milwaukee East, 1895. He won the 100, the 120, and 220 hurdles, the broad jump, and the shot put. The only guy to win 5 events in one
My
state
goodness.
track meet. Now, somebody else won 4, and that wasn't long ago, 2000. Andrew Rock from Stratford.
Oh, yeah. And he went on to have great
Yeah.
success at UWL in track and field.
100-meter high hurdles, 300 intermediate hurdles, 200 dash, and the long jump. Here we go with the 110-meter hurdles. Heat 1. Tyler Schwartzman of Tri-County. And that's a lean at the wire, and I think Schwartzman just got it ahead of Cody Ewert.
Post finish, though. We're going to wait for the official call on this one. It is Schwartzman ahead of Ewert. And Matthews is third, as you can see. Very bunched.
That's a tight 2/100ths of a second separating Tyler Schwartzman at first and Cody Ewert of Marathon at second. So those are the times that go into the mix for selecting the field for the finals. You'd figure they're in pretty good shape, but we'll see what shakes down here in heat number 2. And running in heat 2, Alec Dix of Wild Rose, Connor Coxline of Eldiva Strum, Josh Selye from Rio, Darren Ward, St. Mary's Springs, Stephen Krager from the Prairie School, Max Sobranek from Hillsboro, John Segula of Whitehall is in lane 8, and Ben Kais from Cadott will run in lane 9. Again, the time they're looking to beat, Tyler Schwartzman of Tri-County, 15.37 seconds.
Darren Ward of St. Mary's Springs, the only one to go under 15 in sectional qualifying. He ran 14.85.
Ryland Page of the Prairie School won this event last year, 14.81. State record held by Jeremy Weir of Princeton. That was in 1997. 14.50. We'll see if somebody in this field can come close to that. Heat 2 of the 110-meter hurdles, Division 3. There goes Darren Ward. Boy, is he smooth over those hurdles. And Ward's going to have an easy victory.
Boy, smooth as a knife through butter.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? Ward, 14.65.
That is within 0.15 seconds the state record. We may see it tomorrow.
Stephen Krieger of the Prairie School was second, almost a second behind Ward. Wow. And there you see the rest as the times come into play in that heat.
Darren Ward, just a junior, sets him up as the man to beat tomorrow in Division 3's 110-meter high hurdle.
Sure is. That's a great run. More 110-meter hurdles continue. Now the Division 2 field. This is the first of second of 2 heats, I should say, for Division 2 boys. Lane 2, Kenneth Walker of Bigfoot. Lane 3, Zach Fisher of Ashland. Lane 4, Evan Neighbor of Brown Deer. Lane 5 is Austin Whitlatch of Dodgeville Mineral Point. Josh Storr of Viroqua in lane 6. Stephen Haas of Nakusa in lane 7. Nick Melton, a junior of Hayward, lane 8. And Joey Ott, who's a senior from Ripon, will run in lane 9. Heat number 1 of 2. The boys 110-meter hurdles in Division 2.
We'll have a new champ because Jordan Schmidt of Kewanee, who set a state record in the process, has moved on. He went 14.12 last year and winning state and setting a new record. Best qualifying time in this heat belongs to Whitlock of Dodgeville Mineral Point, just a couple 200ths of a second over 15 seconds.
Good start here. Whitlatch and Evan Neighbor. Neighbor with a lead by a few inches. Can he hold off Whitlatch? Yes, he will. Evan Neighbor of Brown Deer, lane 4, gets the win in that heat, but I'm guessing that we'll see he and Mr. Whitlatch go at it again tomorrow. 15:05 for Neighbor, Whitlatch 15:11.
It makes sense. We'll see them tomorrow in the finals. Top man to beat in this heat is John Beckman of Belleville, New Glarus, the only competitor to go under 15 seconds in qualifying.
Lane 1, Jack Fierstein from Valders. Matthew Emmons in lane 2 from Brown Deer. Jack Bullis, Whitewater, lane 3. Lane 4 is Brent Schmidt from Columbus. John Beckman, lane 5, Belleville, New Glarus. Luke Preshak from Somerset, lane 6. Levi Frost, Broadhead, Judah, lane 7. Luke Roloff, Wyoega, Fremont, lane 8. And Bo Casper, a junior from Freedom, will run out of lane 9. And Evan Neighbor's time from Brown Deer in Heat 1, 15.05 seconds. This is the second of 2 heats in the boys 110-meter hurdles, Division 2. And we're moments away from having the runners take their mark.
We have field events going on in both boys and girls, 3 of them today. Jessie Welsh, the defending champion of West Salem in the high jump. She's already cleared 5 feet today.
Looks like lane 7, Levi Frost, Broadhead, Judah. And I think that's going to be, where's that lane 6? That might have been Luke Preshak from Somerset.
Go ahead and clear the hurdles. Hurdle crew, go ahead and clear the hurdles.
There were a bunch of runners, pretty tightly bunched there. Let's wait for the official confirmation. Yeah, it was Preshak from Somerset, 15:19. Beckman, 15:20. So by 1/100th of a second, Preshak wins the heat. Casper 15:47, Bullis 15:58, and Roloff 15:59. So looks like someone's going to miss out on the finals by just a little bit.
Yeah, the best qualifying time came from Heat 1. Neighbors 15:05 and Whitlock's 15:11. Both bested Beckman's winning time in Heat 2.
All right, so that'll see how it sets up for the title in 110-meter boys hurdles in Division 2 for tomorrow. Now they'll take down the hurdles and we'll go back to the sprints. Girls 100-meter dash for Division 3 coming out.
And we thank you for joining us today, and we'll be with you tomorrow for the finals beginning at 10:30 at Central Time, depending where you're watching us from throughout the country.
Okay, there's the lane assignments for Heat 1 of the girls 100-meter dash for Division 3 girls. We'll have 2 heats for this. Sam O'Brien is a freshman from Spring Valley. She'll be in lane 1. Amber Moore of Sirens in 2. Kelsey Steinke from Edgar, lane 3. Jen Wellnitz of Blackhawk. We've heard her name through the years. Sophomore, number 4, or lane 4, I should say. Audra Winter of Manitowoc Lutheran, lane 5. Mackenzie Bonk of Brookfield Academy, lane 6. Amber Wyman, Deerfield, lane 7. Melissa Gustafson is a senior from Webster in lane 8. And lane 9, Lexi Engler, freshman from Mercer.
McKeepy from Reedsville is the defending champ. Meg will be in the next heat.
Jen Wellnitz of Blackhawk. Now Audra Winter comes on strong, and Audra Winter will edge Wellnitz for the win in that heat.
Lane assignments in Heat 2 of the Division 3 competition. Lane 1, Katie
Winner's time is 12.53.
Lane 2, Molly Crosse.
Weldon's right there at 12.58.
Lane 3, Brianna Workus, Marathon. Lane 4, Lanny
Bonk was third, 12.66.
Christian.
That gives you some idea of how closely contested that first heat was. Now we go right to Heat 2. See the final times of Heat 1 being posted. One more, there we go. Now we have them all for Heat 1. With Audra Winter of Manitowoc Lutheran, the winner in Heat 1. Now Heat 2 comes up. Lane 1 has Katie Robertson, senior from Blair Taylor. Molly Grayson is a senior from Alma Pepin. Lane 3, I should say, Brianna Workus from Marathon. Lainey Kemming from Central Wisconsin Christian is lane 4. Meg Heffy, senior from Reedsville, lane 5. Megan Wadsworth, Catholic Central, lane 6. Kira Dittman of Edgar, lane 7. Stephanie Mensch from Cassville's in lane 8. And Mariah Hyman from Columbus Catholic, lane 9.
But again, the Reedsville runner, the one to watch, is the best qualifying time, 12.19. She won this event with a 12.44 last year.
Well, looks like lane 7 got the best start out of the gate. That's Kara Dittman of Edgar. And Dittman looking around, and she's going to win it. So Kara Dittman takes that heat for Edgar. 12.54. So that's a hundredth of a second behind Audra Winter's time in Heat 1. Happy 12.75. Wadsworth 12.78. She was running in lane 6. So that's the girls 100-meter dash preliminaries in Division 3. We move on to the girls 100-meter dash preliminaries in Division 2 now. 2 heats. Heat 1 will have Natalie Broom, a junior from Somerset in lane 2. Amanda Obot of Omro in lane 3. Michelle Witt of McFarland in lane 4. Bonnie Draxler of Wrightstown, lane 5. Amy Rice Strand of Osceola, lane 6. Kelly Warachek of Xavier, lane 7. Morgan Johnson of Spooner in lane 8. And Katie Popans of Clinton will run out of lane 9. Draxler won the 400 and the pole vault as a freshman last year. Now she's running in the 100.
Dacia Smith-Jenkins, however, is the one who's everybody's watching in this event. She'll be in the next heat, the senior from Dominican.
Draxler gets a good start. Lane 5 in the blue. Draxler trying to hold off Amy Rice Strand. Rice Strand, I think it's Draxler. Going to be awful close between Draxler and Rice Strand, lanes 5 and 6. I think Draxler might have just had enough of a lead, and she does, 12.30. Just 3/100ths of a second ahead of Rice Strand.
So now here's Smith-Jenkins, the defending champ, has talked about taking down Tasha Allen's state record. That's 11.99. Smith won this last year in 12:13. She ran 12:38 in sectional qualifying.
Here's how they line up for Heat 2. Paige Rebecki from Michigan, lane 2. Callie Jones of Random Lake, lane 3. Kaylee Topple from Lake Mills, lane 4. Dacia Smith-Jenkins out of Dominican will run in lane 5. Madeline Tompak from Columbus, lane 6. Kaylee DeMeo from McFarland, lane 7. Tisha Muzinga from Platteville, lane 8. And Sarah Henry out of Somerset goes in lane 9.
Jenkins says her senior year in track has been ugly. She's had hamstring problems, but you saw her in the state basketball tournament. She's a wonderful basketball player. Gonna run track though at UConn.
Yeah. She's Dominican's all-time leading basketball scorer with 1,479 points.
All state in basketball the last 2 years.
And now her focus is the 100-meter dash. She's in lane 5, Dacia Smith-Jenkins. And she's off to a great start. That didn't take long, did it? Dacia Smith-Jenkins will win the heats. Topple from Mike Mills might have got second. Smith-Jenkins time, 12.11. Yep, Topple got second. Tompack from Columbus, third, 12.66.
So she best last year's championship record. Got a ways to go to beat Tosh Allen, but she'll get another day tomorrow. She'll be challenged by Draxler and others in the final.
That'll be full speed ahead tomorrow, huh? Dacia Smith-Jenkins. Now the boys take over the 100-meter dash, Division 3. We'll have 2 heats for the boys 100. Lane 2 in Heat 1 will be James Hoffman from Turtle Lake Clayton. Brandon Chrisman from Bruce will be in lane 3. Kyle Schuler from Edgar, lane 4. Ryan Send of Brookfield Academy in 5. Kyle Becker of Partyville in lane 6. Austin Schaefer of Hilbert, lane 7. Tom Osterday of River Ridge has lane 8. And Zach Schreiner of Athens will go out of lane 9.
Schuler from Edgar, one to watch here. Although Ryan Send of Brookfield Academy has the best seed time at 10.81.
Well, Edgar's girls certainly have a great shot at the girls team title, and look for Edgar to compete for a boys title too.
Got an outside chance with 9 qualifiers.
Here's the start of Heat 1. Schuler lane 4, Send lane 5, and Send for Brookfield Academy is going to get a narrow victory there. Lane 5, Ryan Send of Brookfield Academy, 11.08. Schuler next, 11.12, so only 4 hundredths of a second, separating those two runners. 11.08 for Send.
And Becker, who had a pretty good qualifying time, comes in 7th.
All right, here's the lineup for Heat 2 of the boys 100-meter dash for Division 3. Jay Tainer from Suring is in lane 1. Kyle Bossart of Spring Valley, lane 2. Cody Meckley of Riverdale, lane 3. Andrew Piat of Gibraltar, Washington Island, lane 4. Ethan Janes, Brookfield Academy, lane 5. Brady Wilkerson, Southwestern, lane 6. Jake Pientak from Whitehall is in lane 7. Isaac Tuttle of Glenwood City, lane 8. And Zach Harrison is a senior from Florence. He's running in lane 9.
Ethan James with the best time in sectionals, 10.68. That's better than Fred Willis's time when he won it last year. Fred was out of Brookfield Academy.
Brady Wilkerson also cracked the 11-second mark in this heat.
Actually, Jane's mark of 10.68 in qualifying is better than the state record. But as you pointed out today, you can only set state records in the state tournament, according to the rules.
And that's where we are. This is Ethan James. Wilkerson's chasing him. Oh, and Wilkerson might have got him.
Pretty good race.
Brady Wilkerson was running second for about the first 99 meters. And he got Janes by 0.02 of a second. 10.82. Janes second, 10.84.
So the state record is safe for another day. It's 10.78. Wilkerson came close. He also barely had Each and James. Tomorrow ought to be fun when the two go at it again.
Wilkerson's 10.82 ties the mark of the champion of last year, Fred Willis, who also ran 10.82 in winning the event a year ago. Moving right along to Division II, 100-meter dash boys. 2 preliminaries. Heat 1. Tanner Kaisers from Little Chute, lane 1. Brian Schoon from East Troy, lane 2. Brad Newman from Peshtigo's in 3. Joe Kennedy from Cameron, lane 4. Jordan Millis of Black River Falls, lane 5. Josh Rishi of Columbus, lane 6. Corey Jacobson, St. Croix Central, lane 7. Matt Hubley from Catholic Memorial is in 8. Johnny Egan, a senior from Wautoma Faith Christian.
Only one of that group to break 11 seconds is Jordan Mills of Black River Falls. We'll have a new champ as Mike Miller of Racine St. Kate's was the champ a year ago. He won in a time of 10.83.
State record in Division II shared by Norm McGee of Milwaukee West and Demi Amole. Remember him, the great runner from Dominican and later the University of Wisconsin.
Yep.
10.57. Great start in the middle of the track by Jordan Millis from Black River Falls, but now taking the win is going to be lane 4. It looked like Joe Kennedy from Cameron.
And final call, boys Division II, 1600-meter run. All boys.
Nick Newman.
Second, Newman did it. Okay, Newman was lane 3.
And
Kennedy
they beat
was lane
Johnny
4.
Egan, who was in lane 9, at the bottom of your screen. Egan, the talented quarterback in football, comes in second. So Brad Newman of Peshtigo is the winner at a time of 10.76.
So Brad Newman leads the way in Heat 1, 10.76.
And Egan, the all-state quarterback, comes in second. He was a good football player. He could throw it as well as
well, I'm reminded of another great football player and track star from Wautoma Faith Christian, Jared Abradaris.
Absolutely.
He darn near won a state team title by himself a few years ago. Okay, so 10.76 is the number, the target here for heat number 2 of the 100-meter dash for Division II. Here's the lineup. Brandon Hopkins, Milwaukee Lutheran, lane 1. Shane Swanson of St. Croix Falls, lane 2. Robert Wetstein from Aquinas, lane 3. Brandon Heilman of West Salem in lane 4. Zach Sherrod of Turner, lane 5. Peyton Hansen, Dodgeville Mineral Point, lane 6. Dominic Masyarchin from Clintonville, lane 7. Jacob Reinke from Martin Luther, lane 8. And Josh Eastonson of Fall Creek, a freshman, runs out of lane 9. Zach Sherrod of Beloit Turner, the only runner in this group who went under 11 seconds in the sectional competition. He ran a 10.81. He's in lane 5, Zach Sherrod. Sherrod got off to a slow start, and Masyarchin from Clintonville has the lead, and Masyarchin is going to take the heat. Well, Sherrod got a slow first 2 steps, and that gave the Clintonville runner the opportunity, and he will win it 10.87, so just behind Newman's time of Peshtigo in the first heat. But both of those gentlemen we'll see in the 100-meter dash final tomorrow, along with Zach Sherrod. of Beloit Turner. You see the rest of the times filling in the second heat of the 100-meter dash in Division 2.
First call, girls, Division 3, 800
And
meter
then you see
relay.
Eastenson's time from Fall Creek, and that will take care of the preliminaries for the 100-meter dash
800 meter
in Division 2.
relay. In the boys, Division 3, 1600 meter run. Mr. Starter, hold for a second. Mr. Starter, hold for a second, please. In the boys Division 3 competition, the existing Division 3.
Now we head to the final of the boys 1600 meter run in Division 3. We'll have 16 runners, one section of the time finals. Here's the starting lineup. Andres Teneo Paz from the Prairie School. Tyson Mee, a sophomore from Darlington. Ben Miller is a senior from Manitowoc Lutheran. Chris Preby from Blackhawk. Joey Erickson from Webster. Connor Lechtel from St. Mary's Springs. Nick Zander, McDonald Central. Kyle Reisman, Blair Taylor. Charles Corbett of Shawamigan. Jordan Yenter of Rochelle. Joe Bruno of Sebastopol, he's a freshman. Destin Comproot of Darlington. Cody Gooden of Edgar. Kyle Wallace of Rochelle. Matt Wubben of Lena St. Thomas Academy. And Kyle Lochner of Phillips. Those are the 16 runners in the boys' 1600 meter final.
Teneo Paz of the Prairie School has the best qualifying time at 4:31.13. D.T. McDonald of Oshkosh Lourdes won this event a year ago, and he has moved on.
Tyson Meehy, the sophomore from Darlington, the state Division III individual cross-country champion. He has the second fastest Division III mile and 2 mile in the state. Also won the regional title in the 3200. Right now he's competing for the state title in the 1600 meter run. Jumping out early is Chris Preby from Blackhawk. He's the runner in the red and black leading the field right now. Four laps around the track for the 1600 meters here in Division 3. Tyson Meehy is in second place. And he's leading a whole pack of runners behind him. Preby leads, and then the other 15 are right behind. Ooh, almost a bit of a collision there, but everybody stayed on their feet. Looked like Ben Miller from Manitowoc Lutheran had to make a little veer out to the outside to avoid contact, and he did, and now we continue on. Chris Preby of Blackhawk still maintaining the lead on me. Jordan Yenter of Rochelle now trying to get into the mix. He's up to third. We're a lap and a half into the boys' 1600 meter run.
And there's enough runners at the front of the pack. This is still anybody's race.
Chris Preby of Blackhawk would love to go wire to wire. He's been leading from the start, but here comes Tyson Meehy, and here comes that runner from Rochelle, Jordan Yenter. Now Meehy and Yenter lead the field as Preby drops back to fifth. Halfway mark of the boys' 1600 meter run in Division 3.
Second and final call, girls 800 meter relay, Division 3.
Now a group of four have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. Meehy and Yenter still lead, but Teneo Paz and Kyle Wallace from Rochelle are in that lead pack. So Yenter and Wallace, the two Roshold runners, are running 3 and 4 right now. Tyson Meehy first. Andres Teneo Paz second. Jordan Yenter third. Kyle Wallace fourth. Final lap for the 1600.
Those are some valuable team points for Roshold, the defending team champ, which won by 1 point last year. They could get a leg up in the team competition with a strong finish in this event.
Now Kyle Wallace has a leg up as he blows by Meehy, and so has Andres Teneo Paz. So Meehy suddenly back to third, and now he loses another position. Looks like Joe Bruno of Sevastopol took that one away. Now Teneo Paz with the lead coming around turn 4. That's Nick Zander from McDonald Central who's in second. Zander and Teneo Paz look like they'll battle for the win. Teneo Paz hanging on. Zander runs out of time, and Andreas Teneo Paz is your winner in the boys 1600 meter run in Division 3.
Well, he's the top seed, and he comes from behind to win the state championship in the 1600 meters.
Teneo Paz was 8th individually at the state cross country championships, and he bring home a state title to the Prairie School. There you see Andres Teneo Paz, the senior, capping off his 1600 meters season with a victory. 4 minutes, 20.59 seconds. Zander is second, Yenter is third. Congratulations to the winner of the boys 1600 meter run in Division 3 from the Prairie School, Andres Teneo Paz, 4 minutes, 20.59 seconds.
The defending 2011 state champion, Michael Christensen, Aquinas, Mitchell Billets, Winnebago Lutheran Academy, Matt Eldenschenk, Nakusa, Bryce Miller, Ashland, Patrick
We move now to the final of the boys 1600 meter run in Division 2. 16 runners in our field. They include Ryan McCoy, a junior from Belleville, New Glarus. Jeff Meitler, a senior from Milwaukee Lutheran. Michael Christensen, Lacrosse Aquinas junior. Mitchell Billets of Winnebago Lutheran Academy. Matt Eidenschink of Nakusa. Bryce Miller of Ashland. Patrick Campbell of Aquinas. John Vodasek of Bloomer. Kevin Ryan of Kenosha St. Joseph's. Brian Tomek of Tomahawk. Charles Stahl of Shorewood. Joe McKenna from Madison Edgewood, Weston Brusky from O'Connell Falls, Kieran DeGroot of Notre Dame, Jacob Brickner of Freedom, and Michael Evans of Valders are 16 runners in the boys 1600 meter final in Division 2, and we are underway.
This field is loaded. Michael Christensen of Aquinas, the defending champ. Ryan McCoy of Belleville has the best qualifying time at 4:20.76. And Joe McKenna of Edgewood was second in this event last year. So a pretty wide open event.
Christensen of Aquinas won both the 1600 and 3200 last year. He was also 4th individually at state cross country. Ryan McCoy right now is the leader from Belleville, New Glarus.
And again, he is the top sectional time.
McKenna of Edgewood is next. In second. Third place, Patrick Campbell of Aquinas. You may notice that McCoy has a Superman shield on the top of his uniform. Belleville, New Glarus, often referred to as Sugar River. So that S is for Sugar River Track. Right now, McCoy's looking like Superman. He has a pretty significant lead ahead of Joe McKenna. Third place now, Bryce Miller from Ashland. We're not quite to the halfway mark here in the 1,600 meter run final for Division II. We mentioned Christensen won it last year, the state record holder in this event. John Easker, what a great name from the past from Wittenberg, Burnham. It's always remarkable that a record could stand for as long as it has. 1981 is when Easker won it with a 4:11.93. McCoy still comfortably in front ahead of McKenna. Lap and a half to go here in the 1,600. Bryce Miller running in third. Michael Evans from Valders has now taken that spot from Miller. He's in third. McCoy has led from the start.
It doesn't appear to be wavering.
Now a challenge from Michael Evans for second place on Joe McKenna of Edgewood. McCoy, though, still looking strong as he hears the bell for the final lap. The distance for the lead has not changed much for quite some time. McCoy has led McKenna for quite some time. Half a lap to go for McCoy. That's all that stands between him and a state championship in the 1,600.
And nobody seems to be taking a run at him.
Really, nothing much has changed. Time running out for McKenna to make a move. Let's see if it comes right here.
Ryan McCoy just looked over his shoulder to see where the field was at. Here comes McKenna.
McKenna does have a burst. McKenna's catching McCoy. McCoy's running out of gas. Here comes Joe McKenna. He passed him for the lead. And Joe McKenna will win it. And McCoy falls over the finish line. Those are two young men who gave everything they had.
What a kick by Joe McKenna to come from behind and beat Ryan McCoy, who was going to threaten to go start to finish with the lead. Lots of young men collapsing at the finish line. But McKenna, of a track family, he came in second last year. He wins this year. His brother Matthew won the 1,600 and 3,200 a couple years back. He's now running at the UW. And Joe is one of a set of triplets. You'll hear about his twin or his sisters later on, but it's been a great running family, and now they have another state titleist.
And McKenna's time of 4:13.74 is less than 2 seconds of that state record of John Easker back in 1981. Boy, a big congratulations to the senior from Madison Edgewood, Joe McKenna. He's your winner of the boys' 1,600 meter run in Division II.
Lane 1, Deerfield. Lane 2, Cuba City. Lane 3, Webster. Lane 4, Ena, St. Thomas Academy. Lane 5, Newman Catholic. Lane 6, Columbus Catholic. Lane 7, Brookfield Academy. Lane 8, Manitowoc Lutheran. And lane 9, Catholic Central.
So we move right along here in the 2012 WIAA State Track Championship. Relays up next. Division III girls, the 4x200 meter relay. We have 2 preliminaries to set the field for tomorrow's finals. Our first heat includes Deerfield, Cuba City, Webster, Lena St. Thomas Academy, Newman Catholic, Columbus Catholic, Brookfield Academy, Manitowoc Lutheran, and Catholic Central. Those are the 9 teams running in heat number 1 here at Veterans Memorial Field in La Crosse.
Edgar is the defending champ in this event. We'll see them in Heat 2. They also have the best qualifying time. In this field, Newman Catholic has the best sectional qualifying time at 1:48.75.
Newman Catholic running out of lane 5 here in Heat 1. Edgar will run out of lane 5 in our second heat. The sun's starting to get close to the horizon and shadows lengthening just a bit.
But heat is not a factor today. The temperature's in the high 60s and low 70s, so again, a perfect day to run. The wind is not a factor, although it's probably blowing harder now than it has at any time today, but just not really worth mentioning.
I'm guessing if you're sitting in the shadows, you might be a little cool, but nothing to complain about, certainly.
I believe that cheer is for what's going on in the high jump. Jamie Welsh is attempting to repeat as the champion in the high jump, or Jessie Welsh at West Salem, and she was attempting to go 5.5. She missed at the first attempt, and I gather by the response of the crowd, she might have made it seconds ago. And lots of things going on here at this event. We're concentrating on the track events, but field competition going on as well. And we try to keep you informed what's going on in those field events.
Not quite ready to start that 4x200 meter relay heat.
Jessie Welsh, by the way, in girls division 2. I don't know if I clarified which division Jessie competes in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an extremely long start. We'd ask for your quiet cooperation at the start. Those of you at the south end of the infield, if we could have you down on a knee, Mr. Starter.
They're asking the fans and competitors to get down low and be quiet because it's such a long start all the way around turns 1 and 2 here for the 4x200. So everyone seems to be cooperating, and now we're ready to get a good clean start to Heat 1 here with Deerfield, Cuba City Webster, Lena St. Thomas Academy, Newman Catholic, Columbus Catholic, Brookfield Academy, Manitowoc Lutheran, and Catholic Central.
And to clarify, Jamie Welsh barely missed her second attempt at 5.5. She has one attempt left at that height in the Division II high jump.
Meanwhile, we're underway in the first heat of the 4x200 relay. Each runner runs half a lap and hands off. Manitowoc Lutheran looking good early. Catholic Central in lane 9 as well. Here comes Brookfield Academy, lane 7. Third leg coming up. Brookfield Academy had a bit of a slow handoff there, but now Abby Snell is underway. And now the anchor leg ready to take over the baton and head for home. And we'll get a good look at who's actually taking control of this race. Looks like Manitowoc Lutheran in lane 8. Columbus Catholic lane 6 and second, but here comes Brookfield Academy making a late charge, but I think they're not going to get there in time as Manitowoc Lutheran is going to win the heat.
Nobody really even challenged him.
Well, that was Audra Winter on the anchor leg for Manitowoc Lutheran. We've set her near a time or two today. So Manitowoc Lutheran posts the top time out of heat 1.
146.43.
Lane 2, Elmwood, Plum City.
4.9.
Brookfield Academy just ran out of real estate, I think. They were really making a big push. But they'll finish half a second behind Manitowoc Lutheran at 147.95.
Lane 8, Blair Taylor. And lane 9, Spring Valley.
There you see the final times of heat 1. Now they're taking the positions for heat 2. 4x200 meter relay for Division III girls. Darlington will be in lane 1. Elmwood Plum City in 2. Cassville 3. Stratford 4. Edgar 5. Wild Rose 6. Colfax 7. Blair Taylor 8. Spring Valley out of lane 9. Well, anytime you say Edgar's running a relay, that gets everybody's attention.
Just a reminder, there's only 69 hundredths of a second between first and 12th.
And Edgar, the prohibitive favorite here.
Hard, run everything hard, attack the hurdles.
Jenna Heidemann among those returning from last year's. Holly Denfeld back from last year's state champ. They ran 144.97 in winning that meet, and that's 0.6 of a second off the state record set by Poinette in 1985 and tied by Edgar in 2010.
Kelsey Steinke loosening, the first runner-up for Edgar in this 800-meter relay. 2 Dittmans were also part of that championship relay last year, Emily and Kira Dittman.
Edgar's run out of Dittmans, so on this year's relay team.
You can never have enough Dittmans.
Well, they learned that last year.
All right, here we go again. Edgar running out of lane 5, the team to watch. See how long a start it is. Lane 1 is starting at the start-finish line, and lane 9 is almost around turn 2. But a good clean start once again, and we're underway in heat 2 of the girls' 800-meter relay. And Kelsey Steinke, the lead runner for Edgar. And very quickly, we're to the first exchange around turn 3. Edgar with a very clean exchange, and they are making up all sorts of ground. Blair Taylor is having a good run, so is Spring Valley. But so is Edgar. Farron Workus hands off to Holly Denfeld for Edgar. And it looks like Edgar has more than made up that stagger already. Final exchange. Again, a good one for the Wildcats. Final turn for home. Edgar with a sizable advantage. Edgar's going to win the heat easily.
And they'll be the team to beat tomorrow.
Jenna Heidman was on the anchor leg, the senior for Edgar. And the Wildcats time 1:45.91. So that'll be the top mark coming out of the preliminaries, 1:45.91. Blair Taylor was second, Cassville third, Elmwood Plum City fourth in heat number 2.
In ninth, Tessa Snell, Edgerton, 34 feet 5 inches. In eighth place, Carly Tatum, Milwaukee Lutheran.
And now the awards for Division II shot put are being handed out.
And we can give you those winners.
Excellent.
Molly Gripe of Whitewater is the winner. She threw it 42 at 7 3/4. Molly's a senior. Alyssa Luca, Bigfoot, another senior, comes in second. Emma Keppel of Lake Mills, senior, came in third. Callie Belonga of Altoona is fourth. Annalise Lamke of Gillette Trempealeau came in fifth, and her teammate Leanda Becker came in sixth. Lamke is a freshman. Bender's a senior, and that's the top 6 finishers in the girls shot put Division II.
Congratulations to all of them.
WIAA state champion in the Division II girls shot put from Whitewater, Molly Griep.
Molly Griep, your winner.
Molly Griep, Whitewater.
Okay, now we move back to the track. More girls 800-meter relay, this time in Division II. We'll have 8 teams on the track for Heat 1. They include Fox Valley Lutheran, Sparta, Catholic Memorial, McFarland, Shorewood, Brown Deer, Sturgeon Bay, and Amory. The field for Heat 1 of the girls 800-meter relay in Division II.
Lane number 2.
Catholic Memorial, the champions in 2011, will be running lane 4 in Heat 1.
Lane 6, Shorewood. Lane 7, Brown Deer. Lane 8, Sturgeon Bay. And lane 9, Amory.
A couple of familiar names back from that group. Madeline Davis, Emily Kern, Caitlin Hastings, and the roster in 2012 for Catholic Memorial. But McFarland in this group has the best qualifying time, 1:46.74. Here we go with Heat 1 of the 800-meter relay for Girls Division II. No problem on the start. And here we go down the backstretch. Again, it's Fox Valley Lutheran, Sparta, Catholic Memorial, McFarland, Shorewood, Brown Deer, Sturgeon Bay, and Amory. From the inside lanes to the out. Brown Deer in lane 7 is flying around turn 3. Brown Deer gets a great run from Simone Sherrard, the senior. She hands off to Victoria Millett, a freshman for Brown Deer. I think the Falcons are flying here. Brown Deer looking very strong.
We've seen that before here.
Mm-hmm. But McFarland seems to be making up some ground as well. Can they catch Brown Deer? Let's see. McFarland and Shorewood trying to chase down Brown Deer. Now here comes Catholic Memorial. Catholic Memorial and McFarland trying to catch Brown Deer. McFarland pulls ahead. And it's going to be McFarland getting the win in the heat. Great finish by Michelle Witt, a senior for McFarland. And she leads the Spartans to the victory by 12, or make that 0.08 of a second. McFarland 146.76. Hawks Valley Lutheran second, Catholic Memorial third, Brown Deer fourth. 0.25 of a second separated first through fifth place.
That's a pretty good race.
Yeah. McFarland came from well behind. Brown Deer would seem to be in the lead and in good shape. End up finishing fourth. That was heat one. Now here comes heat two. Teams include Notre Dame, Medford area, Belleville, New Glarus, Arcadia, Whitewater, Cameron, Little Chute, and Osceola.
And the best qualifying time in this section belongs to Arcadia at 146.55.
Just over 10 minutes from now, girls Division III shot put competition getting underway about 5:10.
Sun goes behind the clouds at least for a moment. And you see the Arcadia team. Samantha Holdsley is a junior who will get the first call to run here in the 4x200 relay.
In Division II, Megan Neiman of Kettle Brand Lutheran has dethroned Jessie Welsh as the high jump champ. Welsh failed to get past 5.5. Neiman won the high jump after going 5.6. She's now at 5.7.
Sturgeon Bay, girls coach to the clerk tent, please. Sturgeon Bay, girls coach to the clerk tent, please. Mr. Starter, the exchange zones are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, again, quiet to start. Those of you
Okay.
at the south end of the
Heat two, girls 4x200 meter relay. Notre Dame, Medford area, Belleville, New Glarus, Arcadia, Whitewater, Cameron, Little Chute, and Osceola are now on the track. McFarland's Heat one winning time, 146.76. And off and running in heat two. Runners still very evenly spaced. It looks like this first leg is pretty tight, pretty closely bunched. Second leg now underway. Osceola and Little Chute in the outside lanes. Handoff coming up for the third leg. For Little Chute, Brianna Jackson hands to Taylor Rosenfeld. And now ahead to the anchor. The baton was dropped on the far side. That's the groaning you hear. And now coming around turn 4. The Raiders of Arcadia. Whitewater in lane 6, but then here comes lane 2, Notre Dame, and it's going to be Notre Dame coming from behind for the victory. Mallory Walczyk, the sophomore from Notre Dame, got that win away from Arcadia and Whitewater.
Second and final call, boys Division 2, 800
So nice job by the sophomore Mallory Walchik.
Indeed. McFarland will have the best time heading into tomorrow, however.
For check-in and lineups at this time.
So Notre Dame wins it, Whitewater second, and Arcadia third.
The results of the boys,
47:02 the winning time for the Tritons of Notre Dame.
In 10th place, Carl Stahl, Shorewood, 426.78.
Before we continue with our relays, we're going to go to the
Lutheran Academy,
awards and
426.50. In 8th,
boys Division 2 1600 meter run. That's that race where
in 7th place,
McKenna, Joe McKenna, came from behind in the last 50 meters to get the victory.
Your attention to the awards area.
There you see
6th place,
the podium with McKenna on top.
419.00.
Defending champ Michael Christensen came in fourth. McKenna edging Ryan McCoy of Belleville New Glarus, Jeff Meitler of Milwaukee Lutheran. Christensen, the defending champ from Aquinas, Bryce Miller of Ashland, and Patrick Campbell, Christensen's teammate, came in sixth.
McCoy had the lead in that race for about 1,575 meters. Unfortunately for him, it was a 1,600 meter race.
And what a kick.
Joe McKenna with a time of
4:13.74, the winning time for Joe McKenna of Madison Edgewood.
In the boys pole vault competition at the Division 3 pit, the bar currently at 14 foot 3 inches. Jake Wiedemeyer, the one competitor remaining. Boys Division 3 pole vault at 14 foot 3. Turning now to boys Division 3.
All right, back to the racing on the track. We are at the boys 4x200 meter relay preliminaries. We'll have two heats for Division 3. And there are the lane assignments. Newman Catholic, Bruce, Colfax, Melrose Mindoro, Princeton Green Lake, Stratford, Turtle Lake Clayton, and Necedah. That'll be the first group heading out in the 800 meter relay for Division 3 boys.
Compelling story for Newman Catholic in lane 2. Melrose Mendota, by the way, with the top qualifying time. But Johnny Reno from Wausau Newman tore his ACL in football. Worked his way back last year. He had 7 bolts put in his leg. When he got hurt, he broke his ankle and fibula in football. Came back and ran in the state track meet.
Wow, how about that?
So he is a determined young man. Got hurt both years in football, and both years worked his way to compete on this quartet that's running in the relay for Wausau Newman Catholic.
Looks like Reno is scheduled to run the third leg. Brody Lemke, a sophomore, running the first leg for Newman Catholic. Time for the first exchanges already here in our first heat. Well, that Turtle Lake Clayton team looks like they're really having a good start to this one. They're in lane 8. And Reno does get the third leg for Newman Catholic. He's on the track right now on the inside, and boy, he's making up substantial ground.
It's a great story, and he can run.
He sure can. I got the feeling this is going to be a pretty tight finish here. Anchor leg now. Melrose Mindoro in lane 5. Princeton Green Lake in lane 6. This is going to be a photo finish. Princeton Green Lake pulling ahead. Melrose Mindoro right there. And it's going to be Princeton Green Lake. Matt Van Syke, great basketball player, great finishing kick for Matt Van Syke. He too a WIAA scholar athlete. And I think he got the lean he did.
I think he used that 6'6" frame to nose out his smaller counterpart. Indeed, they say Princeton wins by 0.02 of a second, 131.202.
So that's an exciting finish to Heat 1 as Princeton Green Lake gets it. And Soik is a Green Lake guy out of that Princeton Green Lake connection. Great basketball player. He'll be heading to play ball in college next year. 131-22 for Princeton Green Lake.
Yeah, Van Syke's going to go to the Citadel. He accounted for 38 points for his team in the section. Competed in the long jump, the 800, the 1600 relays. Good athlete. The sixth in conference in scoring with 24 points a game and 13 rebounds. And as you say, he's a good scholar as well as an athlete.
Right now the awards for Division III 1600 meter run, that was Andres Teneo Paz, the senior from the Prairie School, accepting the first place medal. Well, congratulations to all the runners who made the podium here at the 2012 WIAA State Track and Field Meet.
And Zach Blocknick of Algoma was the defending champ in the shot put. He didn't qualify in the shot, but he's come back to win the disc with a throw of 175.6. So Zach Blocknick, who will go to South Alabama next year, it's his second state title in as many years in different events. That's in Division III boys.
Congratulations.
The boys Division III high jump scheduled to get underway.
Now we're getting ready for the boys 4x200 meter relay heat 2 of our preliminaries in Division III. Teams involved in this include Blackhawk in lane 2, River Ridge in lane 3, Tri-County will go out of 4, Hilbert in lane 5, Fall River in 6. Lane 7 is Catholic Central, lane 8 is Lena St. Thomas Academy, and Regis gets lane number 9. Second heat of the 800 meter relay.
Heat 2 of the Division III 800 meter relay. Lane 2 Blackhawk, lane 3 River Ridge, lane 4
Division 2 boys preliminaries in the 800 relay coming up after this.
Catholic Central, lane 8 Lena St. Thomas, and lane 9 Regis.
We're making progress, but we still have a long way to go here on day 1.
Hilbert with the top qualifying time here at 131.77.
Princeton Green Lake won our first heat, 131.22. The goal is to qualify, get to the final tomorrow, no matter what the time. First leg being completed. We're in heat number 2. Lena St. Thomas Academy running strong in lane 8. Hilbert looking good in lane 5 as well. Now looks like Fall River is giving Hilbert a run for the money. Final exchange coming around turns 3 and 4. Now Tri-County trying to hold off Hilbert. Look at that Hilbert runner go. He splits to 2. Tri-County and Fall River are falling behind, and what a finishing kick by the Hilbert Wolves. Spencer Schultz gets the job done for Hilbert. He didn't have the lead when he got the baton, but he ended up with the win. 131-92. Fall River won 32-42. So just a little bit behind Princeton, Green Lake, and Melrose Mindoro out of Heat 1, but again, they qualified for tomorrow, and that was the mission going into that heat. So that'll do it for the boys 800-meter relay preliminaries in Division 3. Discus champions being recognized now in Division 3.
Turning now to the boys, Division 2, 800-meter relay. The Division 2 state record held by Winneconne, set in 2011. A record 127.66.
Now they're going to set the field first, I guess, for the 4x200 relay Division 2 preliminaries, and we will too in Heat 1. It'll be Ripon, Martin Luther, Monroe, Platteville, Mount Horeb, Winneconne, Notre Dame, and Northwestern. Those are the teams in Heat 1. The boys 800-meter relay in Division 2.
Of that group, Platteville has the best qualifying time, 1:31.82, 1/100th of a second, better than Mount Horeb.
14 feet, 7 inches.
Platteville's got the relays down, right? Boys and girls.
Winneconne is the defending champ.
7 inches.
Brad Saunders of Platteville getting ready to take the first leg for the Hillmen.
Mr. Starter, the exchange zones are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it's quiet at the start, please.
Well, the starter's been informed the exchange zones are now ready, and therefore the start of our first heat looks like it's just about to commence. Still need to clear some people out of the infield and track area, so once that's done, we'll begin Heat 1. Ripon, Martin Luther, Monroe, Platteville, Mount Horeb, Winneconne, Notre Dame, Northwestern. And the start takes almost the first 2 turns to accomplish, so they need to calm everybody down so they can get a clean start and everybody gets a good look at when to take off. Underway with the first heat of the boys 800-meter relay. Halfway through Heat 1. Here's the third leg. Winneconne in lane 7 looks to be in pretty good shape. Now the final 200 meters. Like Winneconne. A strong run around the turn. Winneconne trying to hold off Mount Horeb. Winneconne. Travis Beiske finishing that for Winneconne. They take first.
Well, they were the champs last year. They said we haven't gone away, guys. So they run a 130.4 for 5.2. Better than their sectional qualifying time. They will most likely be in the finals tomorrow.
Travis Bieski turned a strong move around that final turn, and he just slingshotted it down the straightaway. And Von Horb with a good run, 131 flat.
Some Division II results in the triple jump. Boys, Cody Zeski of East Troy, your winner, 46.7¼ inches. Garrison Woods of Belleville, New Glarus was second. Michael Conway of Aquinas third. Jordan Mills of Black River Falls fourth. Alex Campbell of Ellsworth fifth. U School's Jade Denson sixth.
There's Division I discus.
In second place, Victor Stelter, Edgar, 163 feet, 5 inches. And your 2012
Division III discus winner from Algoma.
State champion from Algoma, establishing a new state record of 175 feet, 6 inches, Zach Blonick.
There's Zach Blonick, your guy, with the state record, 175 feet in Division III discus.
Did not know it was a state record. We told you about that earlier, but
Victor Stelter of Edgar finishes second, so there's some team points for the Wildcat boys. Okay, Heat 2 of the boys 800-meter relay for Division II up next. Teams running include Nakusa, Luxembourg, Casco, East Troy, Waupun, Gale Electric, Trempealeau, Lakeside Lutheran, Somerset, and Cameron.
Mr. Starter, we need to get one additional award in, Mr. Starter.
We're going to have one more award presentation before we begin the second heat.
Division 3 in 10th place.
Looks like it's going to be Division III long jump.
In 9th place, Jessica Derringer, Ozaki, 16 feet 6 inches. In 8th place, Joanna Villa,
Young lady from Edgar stepping up to the top.
In 7th place, Harley Mays.
this is Jenna Heidemann is your winner here in the Division III long jump. She went 17.1½. Jenna Ladston of Blair Taylor second. Leah Nass of Manitowoc Lutheran third. Haley Brazina of McDonald Central fourth. Taylor Sherry of Kickapoo of Barge fifth. And Caitlin Hopman of Southwestern sixth. That's the results from the girls long jump in Division III.
16 feet 11.25 inches. And second place, Jenna Ladston, Blair Taylor, 17 feet 1/4 inch. And your 2012 WIAA state champion from Edgar with a distance of 17 feet 1.5 inches, Jenna Heidman. Jenna Heidman, Edgar.
So Jenna Heidman gets warm applause from a large crowd assembled here in the bleachers area, and she'll return to Edgar with that medal and maybe a few more by the time it's all said and done. Heat 2 now, boys 800-meter relay. Nakusa, Luxembourg, Casco, East Troy, Waupun, Gale Electric, Trempealeau, Lakeside Lutheran, Somerset, and Cameron, the teams running in our second and final preliminary heat for boys 800-meter relay. And they're off to another clean start. Winnicott had the fast time out of Heat 1, 1:30.52. Team from Somerset looking strong in lane 8. The Electric Trempealeau has made up some space in lane 6 as well. Lane 3 east, make that Luxembourg Casco in lane 3.
A sizable lead.
Yeah, now we'll get a real good look at what's the story here in the heat. Luxembourg Casco takes the lead. Luxembourg Casco, and now here comes Waupun in lane 5. But Luxembourg Casco with a strong finish. Elliot Palix, the senior, finishes the deal for Luxembourg Casco. And the Spartans take the win in the second heat of the 800-meter relay in Division II. It looked like Somerset looking pretty good for most of the way, but Luxembourg Casco out of lane 3 is the winner. 130.25, so that best Winniconing's time out of heat 1. But Waupun and Somerset, the electric triple, in pretty good shape to qualify for the finals tomorrow as well.
Turning to the girls, Division 3, 400
Okay,
dash competition.
that takes care of the 800 relay for Divisions 2 and 3.
For Division 3 competition, the existing Division 3 state record held by Jamie Vandenberg, Niagara, set in 2008. A record 56.
Let's move on now to the girls' 400-meter dash for Division 3. We have 2 heats.
Girls Division 3 competition, lane 2, Megan Barno, Cochrane, Fountain City.
Here's the field for feet 1.
Schaefer, Augusta.
Megan Barham from Cochrane, Fountain City. Courtney Schaefer, Augusta, lane 3. Liz Bone, St. Mary's Springs, lane 4.
Edgar.
Elizabeth Paspahala, Edgar, lane 5. Jen Castle from Shell Lake in lane 6. Brooke Seibert, Marathon, lane 7. McKenna Ash, Gibraltar, Washington Island, lane 8. Emily Helendron, Prairie Farm, in lane 9.
Paspahala in lane 5 is the 2-time champ in the 800. She has the best qualifying time, the only one to go under a minute here in this heat. Ria Harama of Independence Gilmanton won this event a year ago in a time of 58.32 seconds.
Liz Bond anchored that St. Mary's Springs relay team that looked so strong earlier today. Bond, the freshman from St. Mary's Springs, will try to stick with Paspahala, the great runner from Edgar. One circuit around this 400-meter track. Paspahala appears to be in very good shape right now. She'll have the lead going into the final turn. And it looks like it could be a pretty substantial lead for Elizabeth Paspahala. Now we've seen this a number of times before. Paspahala in cruise control right now. Jen Castle from Shell Lake has moved into second place. McKenna Ash from Gibraltar, Washington Island looks like she'll get third. And Paspahala just cruises across the finish line to win the heat.
Yeah, that was effortless. Or appeared to be effortless. Probably wasn't for her.
Easy for us to say, isn't it? Well, she's the only runner to break a minute in that first heat.
But she made that look easy, and is again the only qualifier to go sub 1 minute. Castle's second. Monica Muth, freshman from Cambridge, is the only one in sectional qualifying in the upcoming heat to be under a minute.
And the rest of the field in the second heat is Brittany Davis in lane 2, a freshman from Benton Scales Mound. Lane 3, Shania Pokorny from Shell Lake. Lane 4 is Sarah Connolly from Newman Catholic. The aforementioned Monica Muth from Cambridge, lane 5. Jessica Deeringer from Ozaki, lane 6. Teresa Orlando, a junior from Crivets, in lane 7. Molly Greason from Alma Pepin in lane 8. And Sherry Schwert from North Crawford will go out of lane 9. So lanes 2 through 9 for Heat 2 of the 400-meter dash for Division 3. Ospahala's target time, 5:09.55.
Jimmy Vandenberg of Niagara holds the Division 3 record in this event. She set it in 2008.
Good start to the second heat of the girls 400 in Division 3. Muth, the freshman from Cambridge, looks strong down the back straight. Monica Muth will lead them around turn 4. Let's see if she'll get a challenge in the final 100 meters. Connolly of Newman Catholics in lane 4 to her left. Deeringer from Ozaki, lane 6 to her right. But Muth is going to win it, leading it start to finish. So the freshman from Cambridge backs up her qualifying time and has a solid run in the preliminaries of the 400 meters.
And she does go under a minute.
Yep. In fact, she matches Pospahala's time in Heat 1.
Well, you got to think tomorrow's
Yeah.
finals are pretty wide open. You can see the girl from Osaki, Derringer, also went under a minute, so.
Well, Pospahala, the experienced junior from Edgar, against the freshman Monica Muth from Cambridge tomorrow. That's going to be an interesting matchup in the 400-meter dash. Division 2 triple jump being awarded right now. That was a win for East Troy.
That's Cody Zeski who's going to get the gold medal here. Oh, that's Zeski. Garrison Woods of Belleville New Glarus second, and Michael Conway of Aquinas third. We have the updated pole vault result in Division 2, where Preston Perkins of Marinette is your winner. He went 14 feet. Andy Werpel of Lake Mills was second at 13.9. Sandy Bosch of Neilsville third. Alex Schluter of Platteville fourth. Cody Fielder of Whitewater fifth. Tanner Keisers of Little Chute was sixth, with congratulations to Preston Perkins of Marinette. And the pole vault boys Division 2.
Time for another race. Girls 400-meter dash Division 2 preliminaries. This is our first of 2 heats. Abby Lawrence of Edgerton will run in lane 2. Jesse Reinick from Fox Valley Lutherans in 3. Frankie Morris, East Troy in 4. Courtney Callis of Milwaukee Lutheran in 5. Alexis Farrington of Shorewood in 6. Lane 7, Danielle Garrietz of Kettle Moraine Lutheran. Megan School of Wittenberg Burnhamwood in 8. And Nicole Young of Amory will run out of lane 9. That's the field for the first heat of the 400-meter dash Division 2 girls preliminaries.
In this heat, Cade Clark is your defending champion. He's out of Lodi with a qualifying time of 49.80. The best qualifying, the best time in this heat in qualifying belongs to Sam Tianabek of Catholic Memorial at 49.16.
Underway with the girls 400-meter dash in Division II. Heat 1.
First call, girls Division 3, 400-meter relay. First call, girls Division 3, 400-meter relay.
Jesse Reinick of Fox Valley Lutheran in lane 3 appears to have made up some ground off the stagger already. See how it shakes down as they make the turn for home. Danielle Garretts of Kettle Moraine Lutheran. Now she's trying to catch Reinick. Courtney Callis, Milwaukee Lutheran, trying to get into the mix. But right now it's Jesse Reinick, the senior from Fox Valley Lutheran, who will take the heat. She was under a minute.
And I was giving you some bum dope there on who was doing what. I got confused. I apologize. And my paper's mixed up, but you're right. Going under a minute's never a bad thing in this race.
58.45 for Reinick.
So she betters her sectional time by a couple seconds and posts a pretty good number to beat.
Yeah. Courtney Callis, Milwaukee Lutheran, finishing second, and Garretts as part of that threesome leading the way. 59.10 for the runner from Kettle Moraine Lutheran. Back to the awards. This is the pole vault in Division 2.
And that's the fellows we just told you about. Preston Perkins of Marinette is your winner there.
In the Division 2 boys pole vault from Marinette with a height of 14 feet, Preston Perkins.
So Preston Perkins gets his championship medal. He'll cherish that his whole life long. Now to the second heat of the girls 400-meter dash for Division 2. Marissa Massoff, a sophomore from West Salem, will run out of lane 2. Monica Geiser, a freshman from Brilliant, is in lane 3. Sarah Vills from Mosinee is a junior in lane 4. Lane 5 is Bonnie Draxler, the sophomore from Wrightstown. Madeline Tompak from Columbus, lane 6. Michaela Preissner from Kiel, lane 7. Haley Swanson from Sparta, lane 8, and Brooke Brecky, a sophomore from Neilsville, will run in lane 9.
Draxler's the one to watch here. She's the defending champ, has the best qualifying time. The Wrightstown sophomore ran 57.68 in the sectionals. She won this event last year by running 56.28.
Bonnie Draxler's coach is her dad, Rob Draxler. Really proud of his daughter. So Draxler running out of lane 5 for Wrightstown. Didn't David Ortiz marry a young lady from Wrightstown?
You are correct.
Isn't that right?
Yep.
Big puppy.
He met her when he was playing for the Appleton Foxes, now the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. And his name then was
Foxes,
David Arias.
That's going back.
Yeah, well, I just spent a week at Appleton. I'll give you a little baseball lore.
I remember when Francisco Barrios pitched for the Appleton Foxes. That goes way back.
Meanwhile, the pride of Wrightstown is among the contenders here.
Draxler, lane 5. She's in the blue top. Challenged there by Tompak of Columbus. Preissner from Kiel in lane 7, but Draxler's taking control of this one. Draxler with a 10-meter lead. Draxler looks like she will win it going away, and she will. Bonnie Draxler wins the second heat of the 400 in Division 2.
Well, looking every bit the part of the defending champ. Draxler sets herself up as the one to beat tomorrow.
Good time, 57:05 for Draxler. Compact was second, 58:68, and then Preissner came next, 58:87. So we'll look forward to Draxler trying to get the title tomorrow. The best time out of the preliminaries tonight. More action in Division 3 400-meter dash. Now the boys take the track for heat number 1 of 2 in the preliminaries. Zach McCann of North Crawford will start out in lane 2. Bryant Ayers Drummond, lane 3. Kyle Becker of Partyville, lane 4. Gideon Ramsey of Melrose Mindoro, lane 5. Matt Van Soik of Princeton Green Lake, lane 6. Carson Meinholtz of Catholic Central, lane 7. John Fieldhouse of Ithaca, lane 8. And Zach Harrison, lane 9 from Florence.
Gideon Ramsey of Melrose Mindoro, the best qualifying time here at 50.79. Just a tad better than Van Soik, who we talked a little bit about already. He's a good athlete.
Yeah. And he towers over a good part of this 400 field.
Yeah, and he's 6'6", a good basketball player. Going to play, as we told you, the Citadel next year.
Gideon Ramsey there on your screen. Junior from Melrose Mindoro, the Mustangs. The Twin Cities of Melrose Mindoro.
Yeah. As well known as some other Twin Cities. I think we're holding up here to present the Division 3 pole vault. I can give you the results.
Well, I guess we're going to go with the race. Okay. Starter has his hand up, so keep those results handy and we'll get right to them. Heat 1 of the 400-meter dash preliminaries for Division 3. Ramsey of Melrose Mindoro off to a good start. Being chased down the far stretch by Kyle Becker of Partyville. They swing around turn 3. And now Carson Meinholtz from Catholic Central looking good. Here comes Van Soik from Princeton Green Lake. Look at Van Soik turn it on. He'll pass Meinholtz. And Matt Van Soik is going to take the heat.
He's so big and strong. That's what he did when we saw him in the relay a couple races ago. He just had a kick, and again, so big and strong, he overwhelmed the leader and wins the heat.
And gets under the 50-second barrier, 49.82. Meinholtz of Catholic Central came on late to get second, 50.01.
So Van Soik trims exactly a second off his sectional qualifying time.
It's spelled V-A-N-S-C-Y-O-C, but I looked him right in the eye the other day and said, how do you say your name? And he said, Van Soik.
I trust you.
Can't beat that.
We'll give you the boys pole vault Division 3 results as awards are being presented at midfield right now. The winner is Jake Wiedemeyer of Crivets. He went 14-3. Travis Langmeyer of Cuba City is second. Cody Ewart of Marathon third. Jake Griffith of Stratford fourth. His teammate Eli Tevinson of Stratford fifth. And Logan Christensen of Gillett finished sixth. So congrats to Jake Wiedemeyer of Crivets, the winner in the pole vault, boys Division 3.
Did you ever pole vault?
No.
Oh,
Did you?
No, you got to have complete trust in that pole that's going to work. I don't know if I could get there.
Yeah.
Nice job in Division 3 pole vault. All right, so Van Soik posts a 49.82, Meinholtz 50.01, and now it goes to the competitors in Heat 2 of the 400-meter dash for boys Division 3. In lane 2, it'll be Mercury Olson. Well, he's got to be fast with the first name of Mercury. Wanawak Center Jr. Tyler O'Keefe, lane 3 from Spring Valley. Lane 4 is Ryan Grandlick from St. Mary's Springs. John Leopold is a senior from Shawamigan. He's in lane 5. Darren Hudziak is from Wild Rose. He's in lane 6. Lane 7 goes to Seth Jones of Elmwood Plum City. Zach Linsmeyer, a junior from Assumption's lane 8. And in lane 9, Eric Paczynski, Newman Catholic. That's your field for heat number 2 of the 400-meter dash in Division 3.
John Leopold is the man with the best time here at 50.69. He's out of Shawamigan.
I hear a baby crying. Is that right? That's not our crew at all, is it? Okay. And they're off in heat 2. Leopold, lane 5 from Shawamigan. He's wearing the white headband and the black uniform with white trim. I think so far so good for Leopold. We'll see as they make the turn for home. He's shoulder to shoulder with Darren Hudziak of Wild Rose. And the Wild Rose runner is sticking right there with Leopold. Look out from the other side. Ryan Grandlick, St. Mary's Springs, puts on a burst. And Grandlick is going to pull out the victory ahead of Leopold. Hudziak third from Wild Rose.
Been a good day for the St. Mary's Springs runners out of Fond du Lac. It continues as Grandlick wins the heat. Don't think he best Van Sylk's time, but he qualifies for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, Grandlick about 0.4 of a second slower than Van Sylk's time, 49.82, but Grandlick at 54.1, Leopold at 58.6, and Hudziak of Wild Rose 50.93 appeared to be in good shape to race in the finals of the 400 tomorrow in Division 3.
And right now they are presenting the girls' high jump awards at midfield. That's Megan Neiman of Kettle Moraine Lutheran on the top step. She goes 5.4 to win the high jump. Jessie Welch, as we told you, came in second. She's the defending champ and couldn't best Neiman. Nicole McCotkey of Peshtigo is third. Brighton Nyman of Lake Mills fourth. Sarah Craig of Somerset fifth. And Kellen Flynn of Tomahawk sixth. Congrats to Megan Neiman of Kettle Moraine Lutheran for besting the defending champ Jessie Welch and winning the girls' high jump in Division 2.
Well done, ladies. 400 continues. We're going to have another preliminary match. This is in Division 2 boys. Caleb Holdorf of Baldwin Woodville will run in lane 1. Dean McGuire of Luxembourg Casco in lane 2. Levi Nays of Bloomer, lane 3. Lane 4, Nick Sierra of Kettle Moraine Lutheran. Sam Tianabic, Sam Tianabic of Catholic Memorial, lane 5. Mike Prue is a senior from Shoreland Lutheran, lane 6. Cade Clark of Lodi is in lane 7. Johnny Schwen of Northland Pines in lane 8. And Eric Kittle of Brilliant in lane 9. Cade Clark won the 400 last year from Lodi.
As I said during the girls' race, Tiana Beck was going to have the best time in this heat. I got a little ahead of myself. But Cade Clark's the guy to watch. He's the defending champ. He's out of Lodi.
Cade Clark has the school record in the 400, 49.23 seconds. He beat a pretty good mark from Lodi. Joe Detmer, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
2002, Detmer had the record, but Clark beat that mark. Here we go with the first of 2 heats in the boys' 400-meter dash in Division 2. Johnny Schwen of Northland Pines trying to make a move on the outside of the track. Tian Bick of Catholic Memorial is in lane 5. He's in the blue. And Clark from Lodi trying to stick with Tian Bick of Catholic Memorial, but Sam's got the lead, and Tian Bick isn't going to give it up. Looks like he'll win it. Clark's going to get second for Lodi.
So Tiana Beck shows why he had the best sectional qualifying time, and Clark likely qualifies for the final as well. We'll have a chance then to defend his title. Tiana Beck goes 49.19, Clark 49.83 in Heat 1.
So that's the first heat of our boys 400 meters for Division II.
Oh, Tiana Beck and Clark, 0.03 of a second slower than they were in the second. Still, they made 50 seconds.
By Heather Highland, the Crosse set in 1993. The Division II record, 18 feet 11 inches.
Now to Heat 2 of the boys 400 meter dash for Division II. Nathan Zellner will be in lane 1. He's from Luxembourg Casco. Brad Saunders from Platteville. Lane 2. Lane 3, Ross Denman of Wisconsin Heights Barneveld. Lane 4, Cody Tincher from Waupun. Justin Raybon from Shorewood is in lane 5. Josh Strasser, lane 6, Kettle Moraine. Dominic Massiarchin from Clintonville, lane 7. Taylor Hewitt, lane 8, Lodi. John Bands of Osceola is in lane 9.
Lane 5, Justin Rabone, Shorewood. Lane 6,
Justin Rabone is the runner in lane 5. Correct that pronunciation, Justin Rabone.
He's got the best time among these 9 fellas at 48.49.
The record holder in the 400 in Division II, 1985, Pete Noka from Mount Horeb.
A name from our past, former Badger football player. Rabone actually has dropped 3 seconds off his time from a year ago. So it's pretty remarkable to trim that much off. And again, he is the man to beat if you believe sectional qualifying time.
You see the runners and with their final thoughts just before starting the second heat of the 400 meters for Division II. .19, the target time of Tiana Bick. Rabone of Shorewood gets off to a great start. And now he's cruising down the back stretch.
Pretty good race there.
Yeah. But Rabone looks like he's just gliding along. He's just biding his time, and I don't think he's in 3rd or 4th gear yet. Now here comes a runner from the inside. Ross Denman, Wisconsin Heights Platteville, but he may get the win here, and Rabone just did enough to get there, it looked like. A great hustle on the outside, or the inside rather, from Ross Denman from Wisconsin Heights Barneveld. He'll beat Strasser by 0.05. Tincher and Rabone after that.
In the girls' Division III 400-meter relay, the existing Division III record is held by Edgar. It was set in 2000.
So it looks like Rabone will get into the final, but that was getting a little too close for comfort almost for some. I think he knew what he was doing.
Lane 2 Southwestern, lane 3 Reedsville.
Okay, back to the relays. We have a couple of preliminary heats for the girls 4x100 in Division III.
Manitowoc Lutheran, lane 7
Southwestern will start in lane 2, Reedsville lane 3, Lena St. Thomas Academy lane 4, Catholic Central lane 5, followed by Manitowoc Lutheran in 6, Shell Lake in 7, Darlington at 8, and Elmwood Plum City will race out of lane 9. Girls 4x100 meter relay in Division 3.
Qualifying time belongs to Catholic Central at 51.42. Edgar, once again, the defending champ in this and all the remaining relays.
And Edgar will race in Heat 2. Great to have you with us on FoxSportsWisconsin.com. We'll be here for the rest of tonight's Division 2 and 3 competition, and we'll join you again bright and early tomorrow morning for all the finals from the state track and field meet here at UW La Crosse.
We start up at 10:30 tomorrow for the first running event, the final. That'll be the boys' 3200 relay that'll kick things off and be with you all during the day. Then Monday and Tuesday from University Ridge in Madison, it's the boys' golf championships from WIAA. Following week from Tuesday, it's boys' baseball from Appleton. Division 1 the first day, Division 2, 3, and 4 the second day, and then championship Thursday.
Long days, but fun days. We're off and running in Heat 1 of the girls' 400 meter relay, Division 3. Three exchanges in just 400 meters. Makes it pretty interesting. Final exchange already. Looks like Manitowoc Lutheran, Shell Lake, but now a burst from Catholic Central. Catholic Central explodes on that anchor leg. And Megan Wadsworth gets it done for Catholic Central.
So the team with the best seed time shows their stuff and wins the race. See the winning time, 50.65.
Manitowoc Lutheran just 0.3 of a second behind that. Shell Lake, Reedsville, Lena St. Thomas Academy in what was a very closely contested heat, the first of 2 in the girls' 400 meter relays in Division 3.
But Edgar, the defending champ, has broken 50 in sectionals, and they are the team to beat in this heat.
Kelsey Steinke again with the first leg for Edgar. Senior for the Wildcats will start him off here in the second heat of the 400 meter relay. Those Edgar girls spent spring break running at the Father Kelly Classic on Daniels Island in South Carolina. Edgar actually won the meet, and Wando, which is the largest school in the state of South Carolina, finished second.
I don't think they had that in mind in North Carolina or in the Carolinas when they invited that team from northern Wisconsin down.
They obviously have never been to Edgar.
Had good competition.
Yeah. Steinke with one more burst out of the blocks to warm up for this run. And we're getting set for the start of the second heat of the girls' 400 meter relay in Division 3. Stanky's made up good ground for Edgar already, it appears. First handoff, second leg. Doesn't look like Edgar's holding up much back in this one. Another exchange, and boy, Edgar has about as big as lead as you can get in 300 meters.
Keep your eye on the record set in the prelims in 2010 by Edgar, 49.36, what they're gunning for.
They may have a shot at it here. That's Kara Dittman crossing the finish line right around the 50-second mark. And Dittman raises her hands in excitement, 49.26.
So they break their own record by 1/10 of a second.
So Edgar rolls into the final, 49.26. They make it look so easy, but it's not. They put in the hours, they put in the time, and Edgar really has it going, and fantastic in the relays, and they set the pace in the 400 meters for Division III once again.
So state record, our second state record set this afternoon in Division III. We had one this morning in Division I. We also had one in boys set by Zach Blonick in the disc in Division III boys. So 4 records today, the latest by the dynasty from Edgar. Those girls, particularly the relay teams, are very strong.
I think dynasty is exactly the word.
They are attempting to be only the 6th team to win 3 straight titles. Huh. And they are well on their way.
Yeah, they are. All right, so that's wraps up the Division III portion of the 400 relay. Now we move on to the Division II 400 relay. 2 heats in preliminaries. Medford, lane 2, Viroqua, lane 3. Lakeside Lutheran in 4, Osceola lane 5, Catholic Memorial lane 6, Platteville out of lane 7, Monroe lane 8, and Cameron, the team in lane 9 in heat 1 of the girls 400 meter relay Division II.
Xavier is the defending champ here. They are in heat 2 and have the best time in qualifying. The best time in this heat belongs to Catholic Memorial.
Everyone's off cleanly for heat 1. Catholic Memorial in lane 6 appears to be off to a pretty good start. Now they'll come around turn 4. This one's going to be a battle. Osceola now, the green uniformed Osceola team. Great burst from their anchor leg. Osceola pulling away. Amy Rice Strand, the sophomore, completes the deal for Osceola. They take first at 49.45.
Oh, a good number. In fact, it beats the number that Xavier posted a year ago to win the state championship, and is only a 1/10 of a second behind the Brown Deer state record set in 2008. So a nice run by Osceola in winning that heat. Certainly they give Xavier something to shoot for here.
And teams like Catholic Memorial, Lakeside Lutheran, Platteville, Viroqua, they're hoping to get into that finals field tomorrow. Cameron is right there too at 51.28. I don't know if you can count out Monroe either. All right, here's the teams lining up for heat 2 of the girls 400 meter relay in Division II.
think we're first going to give away some high jump silverware or hardware. Maybe silverware, I don't know.
Everybody could use some silverware.
You never have enough.
No, that's right.
In second place, Haley Hazlitt, Wild Rose, 5 feet 3 inches. And your 2012 WIAA state champion in the girls Division 3 high jump from Manitowoc Lutheran.
That is Audra Winter of Manitowoc Lutheran, who won the Division 3 high jump yet. I haven't got the others. I can tell you we've got another record, however, as Kennedy Blonick, the sister of Zach Blonick, who set a record in the discus in Division 3 boys. Well, Kennedy Blonick, his sister, broke her own record with a throw of 47.11.
From
She's
Algoma.
just a sophomore.
Wow.
Yeah, Algoma.
That's one happy family so far. Heat
The dad-
2.
I think the dad's the coach there, too.
Okay. Heat 2 of the girls 400-meter relay, Division 2. Pretty good clubs running in this one. McFarland, East Troy, Whitewater, Xavier, Fox Valley Lutheran, Sheboygan Falls, Chilton, and Somerset, the teams lining up. Osceola with a 49.45, the best time out of Heat 1. Xavier had a good first leg. Looks like the second leg didn't hurt Xavier either. Third leg pretty smooth for Xavier as well. They have a big lead heading down the final stretch.
They are the defending champs.
Somerset making a charge at the end, but it's going to be Xavier winning it.
You're right, those Somerset letting Xavier know they're going to be here tomorrow, too.
Kate Weyenberg was on the anchor leg for Xavier, and they post a time of 50.05, and Somerset made it interesting, 50.17.
And remember, Osceola had the fastest time in the two heats at 49.45.
Okay, so that'll do it for the preliminaries for girls 400-meter relay in Division 2. We continue with the 400-meter relay. Now we move to boys Division 3. We have two preliminary races, two heats. In Heat 1, it will be Independence Gilmanton out of lane 2, Edgar lane 3, Athens in 4, Hilbert lane 5, Colfax lane 6. Fall River gets lane 7, Glenwood City in 8, and Riverdale takes the outside in lane 9. One of two heats for boys 400-meter relays.
Gilbert's the team to beat here with a time of 44.62. Brookfield Academy, the defending champ, is in Heat 2 and the best qualifying time.
You'd expect the winner to post time, maybe in the 42 to 43 second area if they shave a little bit off their preliminary performance from the sectionals.
Competition will bring that out, you would think.
Again, Independence Gilmanton, Edgar, Athens, Hilbert, Colfax, Fall River, Glenwood City, and Riverdale, the teams competing in Heat 1. And here we go with the first heat. Here they come for the final handoff. Looks like lane 4, Athens, getting a challenge from Hilbert. And the Hilbert runner takes control, and he'll win the heat.
Come from behind win for Hilbert.
Spencer Schultz with that last leg.
Showing their sectional time was no fluke. They better it. They had the top seed, and they finished at 43.98.
Athens and Colfax were right there. Edgar got into the mix too at a 44.70. Riverdale 44.82. And Fall River 44.92. So 5 teams in the 44 second range, but one broke the 44 second mark. That was Hilbert at 43.98. We move right along now to Heat 2 of the boys 400-meter relay for Division 3. Hillsborough's in 2, Flambeau lane 3, Regis lane 4, Brookfield Academy lane 5, Melrose Mindoro in 6, Partyville takes 7, Newman Catholic lane 8, and Port Edwards runs in lane 9.
Again, Brookfield Academy with the best time. They're the defending champs. The only thing missing from last year's champs is Fred Willis, and he's pretty good.
That's all.
Yeah. He's at Wisconsin playing football. I don't know if he's running track or not, but he was darn good here a year ago. We helped dominate the meet. Dakare, well, I might defer to the play-by-play guy on this one. Dakare is replacing Fred Willis, and he's going to be a headline writer's nightmare if he can has as good a track career as Fred Willis.
Well, I dropped my reading glasses, so that's the delay here.
M-A-S-U-N-U-N-G-U-R-E.
Yep, Dakari will be leading off for Brookfield Academy.
That's my partner, Dakari. He's the fill-in for Fred Willis on the defending champs for Brookfield Academy.
Willis had some injury problems in spring practice, football practice for the Badgers, so he's a guy they're going to be counting on at Camp Randall for years to come. He had one of the most impressive physiques of anyone we've seen running at the state meet.
Certainly dominated in Division III.
Yep. Dakari Masanungure, I believe,
attaboy,
would be the runner for Brookfield Academy, I believe. So here we go, second heat, 400-meter relay, Division 3.
We should point out Dakari's other teammates on this relay are Max Wren, Ryan Send, and Ethan James. They all were part of Willis's teammates last year when they won the state.
Speaking of Ethan James, he has it now, but look at the team from Regis giving James a bit of a scare, but then James takes control, and Ethan James crosses the finish line first.
Brookfield Academy wins the heat. We'll see if they bested Hilbert's seed time. They didn't.
Not quite.
44.01 for Brookfield Academy, 43.98 for Hilbert. Should be a good matchup tomorrow on Championship Saturday.
I'm going to give a tip of the cap to Bobby Mickelson, who finished that race for Regis. He made things pretty interesting before Janes and Brookfield Academy finally pulled away for the win in that heat. Now one more 400-meter relay to tackle now. Division 2 boys. 2 heats as per usual coming up in that. Heat number 1 will feature Northwestern in lane 2, Marinette in lane 3, East Troy in lane 4, Luxembourg Casco lane 5, Kewaskum lane 6, Mount Horeb in lane 7, Little Chute in lane 8, and St. Croix Central gets the assignment in lane 9.
Luxembourg Casco, the best qualifying time at 43.66. West Salem won this event a year ago, set a state record in the process, but they did not qualify. Or excuse me, we will see them in Heat 2, but they have the second best qualifying time, third best qualifying time.
Just to let you know what's coming up after the 2 heats of the boys 400-meter relay in Division 2 will set their hurdles and begin competition in the 300-meter hurdles with girls Division 3. But again, 2 heats of the boys 400-meter relay coming up right now. There you see Luxembourg Casco getting ready to go. That was Craig Kennard, a senior, who will get the baton first for the Spartans of Luxembourg Casco.
Not quite sure what the delay is for here.
Yeah. There we go. And we're off and running in Heat 1. .400-meter relay. Third leg runners now getting the baton. Kewaskum's the team in the green. But they look like they're going to be trailing Mount Horeb. Oh, there's going to be a battle. Kewaskum pulling ahead. Here comes Luxembourg Casco to press for the lead. And Kewaskum will hold off Luxembourg Casco at the finish.
Good race.
Jordan Hansen for Kewaskum. Boy, he got a couple of challenges from Mount Horeb and Luxembourg Casco. But Kewaskum, behind Hansen's strong finish, takes the heat.
They take half a second off their sectional qualifying time as well. Luxembourg Casco, you see second, and Mount Horeb third.
Well, we've seen it all day long, especially in the sprints and shorter relays. There's such a small margin of error between first and fifth with a lot of these races. It's just you have to be so on to be successful. So here we go with the second heat. Somerset's in lane 2, Platteville lane 3, West Salem in 4, Dodgeville Mineral Point lane 5, Wautoma Faith Christian Academy in 6, Lakeside Lutheran runs lane 7, Martin Luther in lane 8, and Nakusa will run lane 9 here in the second heat.
And West Salem, the defending champs, in lane 4. The top seed in this heat, Dodgeville Mineral Point in lane 5. Brandon Heilman, back from the West Salem quartet that won a year ago. But he's the only one. His teammates all graduated or are no longer running in this event.
Final clearance granted in all the exchange zones, so now the runners will take their marks and get ready to run heat number 2. Kewaskum posted a time of 43:20. edging Luxembourg Casco's 43:26. Mount Horb's 43:60. Those were the top times in Heat 1.
We saw Johnny Egan of Watoma Faith Christian Academy earlier win a sprint in the heat. He's going to Northern Illinois to play quarterback. And he is a force to be reckoned with in this short relay as well.
Watoma Faith Christian out of lane 6. Egan should get the final leg for Watoma Faith Christian. Everybody handles that first exchange well. Now around turn 3. West Salem, going to be a tough team to beat. Dodgeville Mineral Point in second. Here comes Watoma Faith Christian. Here comes Egan, but he won't have enough time to catch West Salem. Brandon Heilman anchoring. And West Salem will win the heat.
For the girls, 300-meter low hurdles.
Looked like Dodgeville Mineral Point and Watoma Faith Christian might have had a shot at the win, and they made it close, but West Salem held them off by just a sliver.
And actually the time from the preceding heat from Kewaskum was 1,100 seconds better than the defending champs, but they'll both be a competition tomorrow in championship Saturday.
So we'll see West Salem, Dodgeville Mineral Point, and Watoma Faith Christian and others in that 4x100 meter relay in Division 2 tomorrow.
Again, we'll give you 10:30 tomorrow. State golf is Monday and Tuesday at U Ridge, and that'll be on FoxSportsWisconsin.com. State baseball later in the month, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from Appleton, a week out, and then state soccer and softball to wrap up the spring tournament season. 2 weeks from now, softball at Goodman Diamond in Madison, soccer in Milwaukee D-Line Park.
Then
All
what
of that is
what do we do for
online.
Yeah, what do we do for 3 months then?
Oh, we have summer baseball.
That's
this
right.
year in Mequon.
Yeah.
A one-day event, July 20th.
Beautiful new stadium there.
That tournament has been moved from Stevens Point and reduced in half as out of summer baseball teams played spring ball. And I think it's only 53 remaining that play summer baseball. So the final 4 will go to Concordia's campus to play in Mequon, and I think in turf field.
Yeah, that move of the tournament didn't quite get the publicity of the move of the girls basketball tournament this year, but
it did not.
a move nevertheless. So they're setting the hurdles. Girls 300 meters for Division 3 coming up next.
Touchstone Energies is a proud sponsor of the WIAA State Track and Field Championship. They salute all competitors.
Girl look for in the next race is Tessa Thurs, looking for her 3rd title in this event, her 2nd straight. Another Edgar hurdler.
Capture the once-in-a-lifetime experience for years to come with action and award ceremony photographs. Visit the VIP website at
Setting up the hurdles is the cause for the delay here.
to browse and order photos.
I think we've handed out most of the awards.
Also provided in their ad state tournament program.
Girls Division 3, 300.
All right, hurdles just about set to go, it appears.
Held by Megan Rennick, Dodgeland, 2008. A record 43.75. Lane assignments in.
And here we go with the lane assignments for the first heat of the 300-meter hurdles for girls.
Lane 2, Sarah Gillis.
Miranda Retz of Boyceville will be in lane 2.
Amanda Adams, Belmont.
Sarah Gillis of Elmwood Plum City in lane 3. Amanda Adams of Belmont in lane 4. Sarah Redfern from Benton Scales Mound in 5. Taylor Sherry gets lane 6. She's from Kickapoo Lafarge. Sarah Herzog of Manitowoc Lutheran is a junior in lane 7. Lane 8, Haley Hazlitt, a junior from Wild Rose. Lane 9, another junior, Ziara Link from Partyville. And that's your field for the first 2 heats for the girls 300 meters.
Taylor Sherry qualified earlier, won the heat in the 100 hurdles. I think she'll be 3rd seated behind Thurs and Amber Dahl tomorrow in the other hurdle race. So keep an eye on Sherry here. She's got the 2nd best seat time. Sarah Redfern of Benton Scales has the best seat time.
So it'll be 3/4 of a lap around the track. 300-meter hurdles. They'll have 8 hurdles to navigate in those 300 meters. And everybody's off to a good start here in Heat 1 of the 300-meter hurdles. Division 3. A couple of stumbles there over that hurdle, but everybody stays on their feet. Sarah Redfern of Benton Scales Mounds in the green uniform. Looks like she's going to take the lead into the final stretch. A couple of more hurdles to go. Legs getting a little heavy, it appears. Manitowoc Lutheran Sarah Herzog closing the gap. Also, Ziara Link from Partyville, but holding on for the win is Sarah Redfern, a sophomore from Benton Scales Mounds.
Well, she's just a sophomore, and she admits she was motivated by her coach. Benton Scales coach is Paul Rayleigh, not here as he recovers from colon cancer, and he just Sarah Redford's talking that we wouldn't even have a program without him, and obviously it means a lot that she is here. He says he's done everything for us. Nobody'd be where they'd be without him. He started the program. He funded it with his own money. He just cares a lot. He's got to be pretty proud right now as Sarah Redfern wins her heat, and they'll run for a state championship tomorrow.
So Redfern, 48-45. Taylor Sherry was 2nd from Kickapoo Lafarge, 48-62. And in lane 7, Sarah Herzog, Manitowoc Lutheran, 48-65. Those are the top times out of heat number 1.
And we hope Coach Rayleigh doing well. He had surgery Tuesday at UW Hospital in Madison. And, we wish him only the best.
No question. All right, heat 2 of the 300 hurdles coming up for Division 3 girls. Dallas Oates of Pittsville, lane 2. Erin Sass, Sheboygan Area Lutheran, lane 3. Lane 4 is Amber Dahl, a senior from Cashton. Tessa Thurs, the senior from Edgar, in lane 5. Morgan Yeska, the senior from Wild Rose, in lane 6. Karina Elford is a sophomore from Markesan in lane 7. Lane 8 is another sophomore, Hannah Castle from Shell Lake. And Jessica Olson, a junior from Elmwood Plum City, will take lane 9. And we're off and running on the second heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. Thurs from Edgar in lane 5, as you might suspect, is taking control of the race.
This is her race. Won it last year in a time of 45.38. The state record is 43.75, set by Megan Redhack of Dodgeland in 2008.
Morgan Yeska of Wild Rose running 2nd now, but they'll never catch Thurs, who will win the heat rather easily. So Thurs makes it another win in the preliminaries for her Edgar team. That's a 45.85 for Thurs. Yeska did get 2nd, and Elford of Markesan gets 3rd. So that beats that first heat by darn near 3 seconds.
Yeah, that one pretty dominant.
Those Thurs gets through, and we'll run in the final tomorrow. More 300-meter girls hurdles in Division 2 now. 2 heats. Here comes heat number 1. Kirsten Zangel of Lomira, sophomore, lane 2. Allison Boss of Freedom will run in lane 3. Sarah Giese of Marshall, lane 4. Grace Backus of Arcadia, lane 5. Catherine Crony of Ocato is in lane 6. Tess Nelson, the junior from Northwestern, in lane 7. Sabrina Werner from Brown Deer is in lane 8, and Moira Kilgus of Omro, lane 9. Had a typo there. Sabrina Wimmer from Brown Deer is in lane 8.
Grace Backus of Arcadia has the best seat time, 46.41. And Nelson is the defending champ out of Northwestern. She ran a 45.02 last year.
So we're underway with the first heat of 2 in the Division 2 300-meter hurdles.
Nelson has to make a statement, though. There are 6 people with better sectional qualifying times than the defending champs.
This is Crony from Ocato leading, but Nelson makes the move on the outside as Crony has trouble with the second to last hurdle. One more to negotiate for Nelson, and she'll win the heat.
I guess she made that statement. About the time I challenged her, she took charge of the race.
Loud and clear.
Tess Nelson, junior from Northwestern, up around Superior, wins in a time of 45.96.
Crony's second, Backus third, and Giese of Marshall fourth as they all get under 47 seconds in heat 1. So Nelson's 45.96 is the target for heat number 2. That race will include Lydia Kuhl of Ellsworth, a senior, lane 1. Sarah Gamillo from Colby is a junior in lane 2. Emma Sapiro from Milwaukee Lutheran, lane 3, is a senior. Lane 4 is a freshman, Emma Severson, Columbus. Lane 5 is Chelsea Arndt, a senior from Sparta. Taylor Olson, the senior from Aquinas, lane 6. Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay, lane 7, a senior. Hope Kubisek from Mayville is a sophomore, lane 8. And Brittany Dulac, a junior from Mosinee, runs in lane 9.
Chelsea Arndt has the best qualifying time, the Sparta senior, and a sectional time of 45.92.
Looks like Taylor Olson of Aquinas is off to a good start here. Now she stumbles over that hurdle, and that gives Chelsea Arndt of Sparta a chance. It looks like they're all chasing the runner in lane 7. That's Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay. Campbell. One more hurdle for Campbell. Gets over it, and she'll get across the line first. So Amelia Campbell of Sturgeon Bay is your winner of heat number 2.
Boys Division 2, 300
Won the
meter intermediate.
120.10. Well, she's not unfamiliar with the winner's circle.
And her time just beats Tess Nelson's time out of heat number 1. 45.82 for Amelia Campbell, 45.96 for Tess Nelson.
Could be a good race tomorrow.
Yeah. Probably haven't heard the last of Taylor Olson of Aquinas either. So Emma Severson of Columbus had a good run, 46.57. All right, now back to boys competition. Their 300-meter hurdle preliminaries in Division 3 will include in Heat 1, Taylor Crosse of Wisconsin School for the Deaf in lane 2. Tyler Matasinski from Cornell Lake Holcomb's in lane 3. Kevin Christ, the senior from River Ridge, in lane 4. Tyler Schwartzman, Tri-County, lane 5. Darren Ward of St. Mary's Springs, lane 6. Kyle Johnson, a sophomore from Darlington, in lane 7. John Cochran of Wild Rose in lane 8. And Mark Sari from Hurley, sophomore, lane 9. You can see Darren Ward again. Tyler Schwartzman had a strong run earlier.
In Division 3 800-meter run competition to the clerk course for check.
So the best seed time here belongs to Seth Jones out of Elmwood, Plum City.
Lane 2, Taylor Crosse, Wisconsin School for the Deaf. Lane 3, Tyler.
They're just starting to set the lane assignments on the PA system for this first heat of the 300 meters, so we're just a couple of seconds away from the runners taking their mark.
Take that back. Top time here is Schwartzman out of Tri-County.
Lane 8, John Cochran, Wild Rose, and lane 9, Mark Sari, Hurley. Minutes to start.
Now we're ready to go with heat 1.
Cody Dahl of Cashton won this event a year ago. And Andrew Rock, you mentioned him before, still the record holder. Andrew ran at Stratford in 2000 when he set the tournament record in the prelims, 38.10.
Heat 1 of the 300-meter hurdle preliminary is underway. Ward of St. Mary's Springs, Schwartzman of Tri-County appear to be setting the pace.
Well, Ward was impressive earlier, and he's got the lead again. They're being challenged here.
Yeah, Schwartzman's right there with him. Schwartzman hit a hurdle, but still takes the lead. Both hit that hurdle. Schwartzman still in front. And they hit that hurdle, but they'll finish with Schwartzman 1 and Ward 2. Boy, oh boy. Schwartzman hit the last 3 hurdles and still managed to win the race.
I think Ward hit an additional one when he gave up the lead. But, yeah, it wasn't pretty, but those two powered their way through to finish 1-2. Tyler Schwartzman, your winner, 39.19, and then Ward right on his heels at 39.30.
Huh. Taylor Crosse, Wisconsin School for the Deaf, 40.87, third in that heat.
Darren Ward's been impressive as a junior, and then as you say, Schwartzman just wouldn't give up the lead once he got it.
Well, you have to figure both of those guys can clean that race up a little bit and lower their time tomorrow.
Yeah, this race is pretty wide open, you would think, looking at tomorrow. The top seed time in Heat 2 belongs to Brian Matthews of Whitehall at 40.64.
Here's the field for the second heat. Tyler Swear from Hilbert, lane 2. Danny Trimner, Athens, lane 3. Connor Coxlane from Eliva Strum is in lane 4. Brian Matthews of Whitehall, as we said, lane 5. Cody Ewert of Marathon in lane 6. Max Sabranek from Hillsborough in lane 7. Charles Olmstead from Kohler in lane 8. And Eric Ulrich, a junior from Clear Lake, runs in lane 9. That's the start of the second heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles, Division 3. Cody Ewert of Marathon doing some nice work at lane 6. Ewert's going to bring the lead to the final 100 meters. Connor Coxlane of Eliva Strum, the closest competitor till he got gummed up on a hurdle, but this is going to be an impressive win for Cody Ewert of Marathon.
Impressive indeed. See what his time is. 49.90. So accomplished Schwartzman and Ward. They'll be the 3 top seeds tomorrow.
Granick and Olmsted both under 41 seconds. But yeah, Ewert's going to have a great competition with Tyler Schwartzman and Darren Ward tomorrow, at least based on their times in the preliminaries in the boys 300 meters hurdles. We continue with 300-meter hurdles. Now to Division II. Our first of 2 heats will feature Luke Sauerman from Medford area in lane 2. Zach Schmitz of Chilton in lane 3. Bo Casper of Freedom in lane 4. T.C. Smith of Dodgeville Mineral Point takes lane 5. In lane 6, it'll be Ray Calloway from Gale-Ettrick Trempealeau. Lane 7 is Kelvin Johnson from Belleville New Glarus. Luke Thiele from Lakeside Lutheran is in lane 8, and John Pless from Kettle Moraine Lutheran is in lane 9 for heat 1 of the boys 300-meter hurdles.
GET's Callaway that has the top, or excuse me, T.C. Smith of Dodgeville Mineral Point, the best qualifying time in this heat at 40.09. Thurgood Dennis of Notre Dame was the champ here a year ago. He did not return this year. And the aforementioned Jared Abradaris of Watoma Faith Christian Academy holds the state record at 37.91, set in 2009.
Well, that was 3 years ago already, huh?
We knew him when.
And here we go. T.C. Smith, Dodgeville Mineral Point, looks like he's in a battle with Ray Calloway from GET. And here they come. Calloway in the red and white. Smith in the blue and orange. Calloway has the lead by a stride. Last hurdle. Both clear. Boy, and Smith made it really close with the lean at the end. I think Calloway still got it. But T.C. Smith came on strong at the end. Well, T.C. Smith did get the lead,
Yeah,
39.74.
Snuck in there.
Well, at the same time, 39.74, so they'll give Smith the tie, apparently. And so he and Calloway look good to make it to the finals for tomorrow. 39.74, that's our first tie today. All right, here we go with heat 2. Gaddy Sampson from Medford area will be in lane 3. Mike Nauman, Northwestern, lane 3. Evan Neighbor of Brown Deer, lane 4. Tyler Zack of Little Chute, lane 5. Zach Fierstein of Valders, lane 6. Logan Lathrop, Boscobel, lane 7. Phil Emmerich of Mondomi in lane 8. And Sam Tisdale of Whitewater will start in lane 9.
Tyler Zack, the best qualifying time. He's out of Little Chute. He went 40.06 in the sectional.
39.74, the time of T.C. Smith and Ray Calloway out of heat 1. Here we go at the second heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles. After this race, we'll have the finals of the boys 800-meter run in Division 3. This one's going to be a tight one. Evan Neighbor of Brown Deer with the lead, but he's going to be passed in the final 2 hurdles, and there's the win from Tyler Zack of Little Chute. He caught Neighbor in the final strides and give the win to Little Chute's Tyler Zack.
In the hands for Sam Tisdale, Whitewater, who tripped on the last hurdle and struggled to get the finish line. It crawled across the finish line.
Well, Mike Nauman of Northwestern actually got second. 46.6. So both of those times, or all of those times, behind the times of Heat 1 posted by Smith and Callaway, 39.74. My neighbor slipped all the way down too. He slipped to 6th place in that heat. Okay, so that'll do it for the boys 300-meter hurdles in Division 2. Finals coming up tomorrow. Now we move on to the final in the boys 800-meter run in Division 3. We'll have 2 sections of timed finals. 7 runners in Section 1. They include Eddie Neri from Sevastopol, Josh Morrison of Hilbert, Seth Jones of Elmwood Plum City, Bryant Ayers of Drummond, Sterling Peterson of Reedsville, Kane Neubauer from Manitowoc Lutheran, Charles Corbett of Shawamigan. Those are the 7 runners in Section 1. We'll have 10 runners coming up in Section 2 in Division 3, boys 800-meter run finals.
Seth Jones, that's the top seat time at 2:03.62 here. Or excuse me, Neri of Sevastopol does 2:02.67.
Brian Wiersbo of Roschold won this race a year ago. He's not back, but 2 Roschold runners are. Jordan Yenter and Kyle Wallace will both be running in Section 2 of this race.
And again, that has ramifications for the team title, which will crystallize more tomorrow. A little tough to tell who's where in the first day, but Roschold could pick up some valuable points in this race.
Eddie Neri of Sevastopol has the lead around turn 4. 800 meters, 2 laps around this course. Josh Morrison of Hilbert is about a stride and a half behind Neri at the halfway mark. And this is the first of 2 sections for the 800-meter run for Division 3. Neri now pulling away with Morrison, the lead group of 2. About 20 meters back to the second group. Third place runner now is Sterling Peterson of Reedsville. And he has some work to do to catch up to those top 2, Neri and Morrison. Neri on the inside, Morrison trying to make a move on the outside. Here comes Josh Morrison of Hilbert, and he has plenty left for the final 100 meters. Josh Morrison of Hilbert finishing strong, and it'll be Josh Hilbert of Morrison winning Section 1 of the 800 meters for Division 3. Eddie Neri comes in second. Just under 2 minutes the time for Morrison. 1:58.97 for the runner from Hilbert. 1:59.61 for the Sevastopol runner. The only 2 to break 2 minutes in that heat.
Only one member of this heat broke 2 minutes in sectional qualifying. That's Caleb Miller, a sophomore from Bangor.
All right, here's the field for Section 2 of the 800-meter run in Division 3. Caleb Miller, the sophomore from Bangor. Jordan Sukla from Independence Gilmanton as a junior. Reese Whitehead, senior, Albany. Wyatt Massey is a senior from Pecatonica, Argyle. Quinn Cullen, a junior from Darlington. Darren Hudzak, a senior from Wild Rose. Nathaniel Benke is a senior from Bruce. And the 2 Roschold runners. Jordan Yenters, a senior. Kyle Wallace, a junior. And Kyle Ladwig is another senior. He's from Gillett. Now the race is in the hands of the starter. Josh Morrison of Hilbert posted 158.97 in Heat 1. Good start for the 10 runners. We're using all 10 lanes in this section. Looks like Caleb Miller of Bangor on the inside has made up a lot of ground as they blend in around the far turn. .800 meters. Caleb Miller of Bangor with the early lead. Nathaniel Benke of Bruce is right on his tail. Kyle Ladwig of Gillett now moves to the outside. He's in second and looking to move up.
Halfway through the race, everybody's still got a chance.
Very tightly bunched from 1 to 10, that's for sure. Now it looks like Ladwig is just a shoulder in front of Caleb Miller. Now Miller's dropping down to third and now down to fourth. Nathaniel Benke of Bruce now charges in front. So a number of lead changes on the back stretch. Jordan Sukla of Independence Gilmanton also in the mix. He's in third. Turn 4 for Nathaniel Benke. Can he hold on? Late charge from Darren Hudziak from Wild Rose. Here he comes. Hudziak has plenty in the tank. He passes and he'll win the heat. Now let's check the time. 159.97 is what Morrison posted earlier.
Turning now to
What a comeback by the runner from Wild Rose.
And Hudziak wins the gold.
By 16, make it 15 hundredths of a second. 158.82 for Hudziak, 158.97 for Josh Morrison.
Wow.
So the senior from Wild Rose, Darren Hudziak, takes home gold in the boys' 800-meter run in Division III. Now the final of the boys' 800-meter run in Division II. We have 2 sections, 7 runners in Section 1, 10 runners in Section 2. Stephen Brunscheidel of St. Croix Central gets lane 1. Matt Pakacek from Prescott, lane 2. Garrett Miller, Kettle Moraine Lutheran, lane 3. Michael Evans, lane 4 out of Valders. Eric Sadak of Freedom, lane 5. Sam Wensink of Oostburg, lane 6. And Nick Hammond from Kiel will run in lane 7.
Best seed time here belongs to Brunscheidel of St. Croix Central. The senior has gone 159.57, one of only 2 runners in this field, in this section, to break 2 minutes.
And 7 runners in Section 1, 10 more coming up in Section 2.
Including Jake Shimmons of Brown Deer, the defending champ.
Now they'll position the runners partway down turn number 1. And in just a moment, we'll begin the chase for gold in the boys' 800-meter run in Division II. Shadows starting to get over the bleachers now as the sun falls into the western horizon. Cooling things off a little bit for some of the spectators. A lot more jackets and sweatshirts coming out, but very comfortable conditions for all the runners competing here this evening in La Crosse. Michael Evans of Valders, Stephen Brunscheidel of St. Croix Central, the early leaders. Brunscheidel now moves his shoulder ahead as they hit turn 3 for the first time. Matt Pahacek of Prescott now in the top 3. Brunscheidel showing the way right now for St. Croix Central. Brunscheidel maintaining the lead here with about 600 meters to go here in the 800, section 1. The green and gold, Eric Sadak from Freedom trying to get in the race. Change at the top. Pahacek from Prescott. Now here comes Sadak from Freedom. Sadak trying to hold off Pahacek. And it'll be the Freedom runner taking the race. So he'll post his time and then we'll see if it holds up.
Eric's a senior. Let's see what his time is.
Division 3, 200 meter dash.
He breaks 2 minutes at 1:56.17. Last year, or that's better than Shimmons did a year ago in winning the state meet. He went 1:57.68, but Ethan Moen of Monroe, top qualifying time is 1:56.65 in the sectionals. So Sajak gives him something to shoot for. And now here comes Heat 2 with the defending champ, Jake Shimmons of Brown Deer.
And here's your lineup. Ethan Moen of Monroe, David Mott, Madison Edgewood, Jeff Meitler, Wisconsin Lutheran, Wesley Morgan, Belleville New Glarus, Kevin Wernett, McFarland, Jake Shimmons, Brown Deer, Levi Nays from Bloomer, John Donovan of Platteville, Michael Peterson of Nakusa, and Clayton Morrison from Jefferson. He'll be on the outside in lane 10. 1:56.17 the target time for gold in the 800 meter run in Division 2. Twice around for these runners for the 800 meters. Shimmons of Brown Deer appears to be off to a very solid start. Now he'll fall back in line and the lead goes to Clayton Morrison of Jefferson. Ethan Moen of Monroe running third. Levi Nays of Bloomer in fourth. This group tightly bunched as they come around for the first time in the 800 meters. Heat 2. It's still Clayton Morrison of Jefferson leading, and now there's a change at the front of the pack. That's Ethan Moen of Monroe. Shimmons is right there with him.
Moen's starting to pull away.
Now Wesley Morgan of Belleville New Glarus has moved into second. Shimmons back to fourth. Ethan Moen continues his strong run. final meters. Shimmons trying one last push, but he's going to fall a bit short. Ethan Moen, the sophomore from Monroe, is going to win the heat. And now all eyes on the clock, and he's going to win it. That time, 1:54-ish. Shimmons fell over the finish line, and he's completely out of fuel.
Shimmons gave it a kick in a quest to defend his championship, but Moen was not to be caught. And I think Ethan Moen's going to win a time of 1:54.5. Actually, that's a state record in the Division II.
Wow, Ethan Moen is only a sophomore from Monroe.
He breaks Mike Ramish's record set in 1986.
Wow.
When Ramish is in Wanakee. So Ethan Moen, with a record run in Division II, wins the 800. Shimmons, the defending champ, comes in second. He ran almost 2 seconds faster than he did a year ago when he won the state title. It wasn't good enough today.
Morgan of Belleville Glarus will get third. Morrison from Jefferson takes home fourth. But the sophomore from Monroe, Ethan Moen, your champion in the boys 800-meter run in Division II. Okay, back to preliminary competition. The girls 200 meters for Division III will have 2 heats. Running in Heat 1, Allie Keena, freshman from Assumption. Amber Moore is a sophomore from Siren. Melissa Gustafson, lane 4, Webster. Monica Muth from Cambridge, lane 5. Rachel Winter, Manitowoc Lutheran, lane 6. Kira Dittman, Edgar, lane 7. Madeline Bodie from Cassville is in lane 8. And Taylor Sherry from Kickapoo Lafarge runs in lane 9. This is our first 2 heats in the girls 200-meter dash in Division III.
Monica Muth captured the top seed at the 100 championships tomorrow in an earlier race, so keep an eye on the Cambridge freshman. She's in lane 5. She's also got the best time in this heat at 25.95.
She'll be in the blue uniform, lane 5 for Cambridge, Monica Muth. Clean start for the 200, half a lap. They start them in turn 3, they'll come around turn 4 and then head for home. Kira Dittman from Edgar, looking strong. Dittman trying to hold on now. Keena from Assumption looks like she'll get second as Dittman crosses the line first as the Edgar runner wins the first heat.
So Kira Dittman, a junior out of Edgar.
25.94 her time. Let's see if Keena got second. Nope, she slipped down behind Muth. So Muth from Cambridge 26.28 and Keena from Assumption 26.30. So Dittman gets first, 25.94. There you see the award winners for Division I 800-meter run. That was Darren Hudziak from Wild Rose. Aaron Ujak from Wild Rose, the winner. Division 3 800-meter run.
He came from behind to win that medal, and good for him.
Okay, now back to the girls' 200-meter dash preliminaries. This is the second heat coming up. It features in lane 2 Lexi Engler of Mercer, Abby Brown of Newman Catholic, lane 3. Lane 4 is Jen Wellnitz from Blackhawk. Meg Heffy from Reedsville, lane 5. Molly Grayson from Alma Pepin, lane 6. Jessica Deeringer from Ozakis in lane 7. Hannah Hover from Colfax in lane 8, and Brianna Workus of Marathon in lane 9.
Hafey's the defending champ in this event, ran a 25.19 a year ago. The record belongs to Christian Barr of Newman. She went 25.14 in 2004.
So Hafey in lane 5, the one to watch out of this group. Jen Wellnitz had a good race earlier for Blackhawk, sophomore. And she might be one of the contenders as well. Hafey in the orange, black, and white for Reedsville. But a quick start out of lane 4 by Wellnitz. Now here's a move out of lane 3. That was Abby Brown of Newman Catholic, but Hafey's going to still win the heat, even though she got a battle from Wellnitz for the first 100 meters.
Hafey with the poise, runs under control, and that's why she's the defending state champ. Runs a smooth 25.83.
So 25.83 will be the fastest qualifying time in the 200 meters for girls Division 3.
You see the other times, Wellnitz, Brown should get in, as should Workus. We'll see Meg Hafey tomorrow. She'll get a chance to defend her titles in both the 100 and 200 dash.
Okay, so we move on to the girls 200-meter dash for Division 2. We have a couple of preliminaries. In heat number 1, Kalia Moore from Boscobel, lane 2. Kaylee Topol from Lake Mills, lane 3. Alexis Farrington of Shorewood in lane 4. Amy Rice Strand of Osceola in lane 5. Mariah Higgins of Medford area runs in lane 6. Natalie Broom from Somerset in lane 7. Katie Popans from Clinton, lane 8. And Jordan Raymer from Turner gets lane 9. Heat number 1 of the girls 200-meter dash for Division 2.
Top runner here is Amy Rice Strand of Osceola. She went 25.45 in sectionals. The one to watch in this event is once again Dacia Smith-Jenkins of Dominican, who's the defending champ in the 200. She set a state record a year ago at 24.64. We'll see her next.
Right now it's heat 1, and Amy Rice Strand of Osceola comes out of the turn in first place, and she's looking strong in her neon pink headband. And it'll be an easy, comfortable win for Amy Rice Strand of Osceola in heat 1 of the 200.
Tough to miss her in that pastel.
Yeah.
But you can, if you're good, you can pull that off. And she does, winning a heat in 25.35, a tenth of a second faster than she ran in the sectionals.
Natalie Broom of Somerset second, 25.88.
And now one of the stars of the meet, Dacia Smith-Jenkins.
She'll be in the second heat, which concludes in lane 2, Morgan Johnson of Spooner, Kelsey Warachek of Xavier in lane 3, Madeline Tompak from Columbus in lane 4, Dacia Smith-Jenkins, Dominican, lane 5. It'll be Jesse Reinick from La Fox Valley Lutheran in lane 6. Amanda Obad of Amro in lane 7. Krista Fedor from McFarland in lane 8. And Paige Rebecki from Michigan in lane 9.
She'll be the top seed in the 100 tomorrow. She breezed earlier today in that competition. She's the defending champ in the 100. She's going to try to go back-to-back in the 200s as well. Her qualifying time in the sectional, 25.39. Again, her record time a year ago in this event, 24.64.
Runners taking their marks for the second heat of the girls' 200-meter dash in Division II.
She was a dynamic basketball
player. Fantastic.
Two-time All-State and hoops.
1,400 plus career points. And they're out cleanly for the start of heat number 2 in the 200 meters for Division II. Dacia Smith-Jenkins cruising around the turn. She leads Reineck from Fox Valley Lutheran, but Dacia Smith-Jenkins, another stroll in the park with this one. She's going to win the heat easily and be the top seed for tomorrow's finals.
And that's why she's going to run track at UConn, folks. As good a basketball player as she is, she's pretty good at track, too. 24.84.
So that will give her the top spot and seeding for tomorrow's finals.
And let everybody know she might break her own record. It's only 0.2 of a second behind her record from a year ago. And again, she looked pretty in control right there.
Nice job by Amanda Obot of Omro to finish second, 25.93. Okay, so the girls' 200-meter preliminaries are complete. Let's now move to the boys' 200 prelims. 2 heats in Division III. Dante Kleinschmidt of Marathon, lane 1. Ian Crosby, Clear Lake, lane 2. Tom Osterday from River Ridge is in lane 3. Jake Pientok from Whitehall, lane 4. Ethan Janes of Brookfield Academy, lane 5. His teammate Max Wren, also of Brookfield Academy, lane 6. Kiernan Litweiler from Partyville, lane 7. As you see, the Division II 800-meter run awards being handed out. State record by that young man from Monroe, Ethan Moen. Continuing with setting the field for the second heat. Kiernan Litweiler from Partyville, Kyle Schuler from Edgar, lane 8, and Isaac Tuttle from Glenwood City will start in lane 9.
We had 5 records fall today. That one in Division II boys. Zach Wanek set a record in the discus in Division III boys. And in girls, Nina's 3,200 relay team set a record. And they had records fallen by Kennedy Blahnik in the discus. She's from Algoma, and the brother of the record holder, Zach. And their 3,200 relay team from St. Mary's Springs set a record as well. And one of those Edgar relay teams set a record as well in a prelim. So make it 6 records today in fall under ideal conditions.
Yeah, that's for sure. We suspected there would be some good performances, and we have not been disappointed. Okay, heat 1 of the boys' 200-meter dash for Division III.
Probably look to Schuler and the 2 Brookfield Academy runners. It's the ones to watch here.
Ethan James has had a strong day for Brookfield Academy.
Kyle Schuler won the triple jump a year ago. He's competing in 4 events today, or hopes to compete in 4 tomorrow.
And a good start for the first heat of the 200. Around the turn they come. It's Schuler from Edgar battling James from Brookfield Academy. Also there is Jake Pentock from Whitehall, excuse me. And I think that might be Schuler from Edgar out there in lane 8.
I agree with you. I think he nipped, ran at the wire.
Yeah, got him.
Indeed, a time of 22, 34 beat Janes, excuse me, I had my Brookfield runners mixed up. Brandon was 4th, right behind Pientok, so a good race.
22-3-4 for Kyle Schuler from Edgar. Okay, they're already setting the field for the second heat. In the 200 in Division 3, Zach Schreiner from Athens, Taylor Crosse from Wisconsin School for the Deaf. Lane 3 will be Gideon Ramsey, Melrose Mindoro. Ryan Send of Brookfield Academy in lane 4. Lane 5, Matt Sosinski from Princeton Green Lake. Brady Wilkerson of Southwestern in lane 6. John Leopold, Shawamigan, lane 7. Eli Temmenson from Stratford, lane 8, and Sam Lofsgarden, Regis, lane 9.
Another opportunity for Brookfield Academy to pick up some points here. Get 3 guys running, and Send has the second best time to Max Zazinski of Princeton Green Lake in this heat. I think this is the discus we're awarding. Indeed. Is this going to happen before we start the race?
I think we'll start the race right now, so we'll get the discus awards in just a moment. Here they come. Happens pretty quick here in the 200. Around the turn they come. Ryan Send of Brookfield Academy. Matt Sosinski, Princeton Green Lake. That's Brady Wilkerson, Southwestern, though, stealing the show, and Wilkerson will take first.
Brady Wilkerson with quite a performance. Wind's going away, and let's see what Brady's time is. He's a senior, and he runs a 22:05. So he will have the best time going into Saturday.
Sosinski's second at 22:43, so
Schuler will be the second seed. Some good times there.
What a run for Brady Wilkerson in the 200-meter dash of the Division 3 preliminaries.
And now they are handing out some hardware to the boys' discus. In Division 2, your winner is Ryan Johnson of Amory. Dustin Balland of Marinette was second. Kyle Peterman of Clintonville third. Fletcher Stockwell of Waupun fourth. Brad Walski of fifth, and Dustin Hockey of Sudden Doors sixth. Johnson threw the disc 171 feet 10 inches to get the goal. And the team events after day one in Division 2, Belleville-New Glarus has the team lead with 22. Marinette second with 18. Aquinas third with 14. Madison Edgewood fourth with Edgewood. Then East Troy with 11. Amory with 10. Monroe with also has 10. Milwaukee Lutheran at 9. And Lake Mills and Brown Deer complete the top 10. They have 8 points. So Belleville, your leader, defending champ. Aquinas is third. And that is your top 10 after day one in Division 2 boys.
All right, thanks, bro. Now we go to boys 200-meter dash Division 2 preliminaries, 2 heats. Travis Bieski from Winnicott will be in lane 2. Johnny Egan, Wautoma Faith Christian, lane 3. Tyler Kastenschmidt, West Salem, lane 4. Justin Rabone from Shorewood, lane 5. Dominic Masiarchun from Clintonville, lane 6. Robbie Lang of Somerset, lane 7. Sam Tianbick from Catholic Memorial is in 8th, and Caleb Gartner will run in lane 9 for Lakeside Lutheran.
We've seen Egan and Bieski have big days already today. Tiana Beck did well in the hurdles as well, so this one pretty wide open. Rabone, who had the best qualifying time in the 400, has the best qualifying time here. The Shorewood Junior ran a 22.43 in the sectional.
Sarchin from Clintonville leading the way now. Let's see if Rabone's going to catch him. Rabone might just be biding his time and race for another day, and he'll qualify for the final. Tyler Kastenschmidt of West Salem looked like he snuck in there for second ahead of Ramon. But Massarchin from Clintonville is going to win the heat, 22:03.
Yeah, it seemed like some of the fellas let up a little at the end.
Yeah.
Save it for tomorrow. Johnny Egan comes in second. Again, the All-State quarterback, going to play at Northern Illinois. He's had a good day. And Ramon third.
Some pretty good numbers out of that group, it appears. We'll see how they hold up with the group in Heat 2 that includes Nathan Dulac of Mosinee, lane 2. Lane 3, Peyton Hansen, Dodgeville Mineral Point. Ryan Garrettson of Waupun is in lane 4. Zach Sherrod of Beloit Turner, lane 5. Ross Denman, lane 6, Wisconsin Heights, Barneville. John Bance of Osceola runs in lane 7. Ryan Dyson from Winneconne in lane 8. Johnny Schwen of Northland Pines, lane 9. It's your field for the second heat of the 200-meter dash in Division 2. After this, we'll have another final competition, girls 3,200 meters in Division 3 coming up, featuring Molly Seidel, the now senior from University Lake School. We'll see her for the first time today, right after this race. Heat 2 is off cleanly in the 200 meters for Division 2. Looks like Dyson of Winneconne off to a good start. Now here comes the middle lanes. Garrettson of Waupun pulling away. Ryan Garrettson of Waupun will win the heat. Zach Sherrod of Turner was in a battle with Dyson for second place. Garrettson's winning time is 22.28. So a little slower than the time of Massarchin from the first heat.
Yeah, this race is pretty wide open going into Saturday. But any one of a half dozen guys could win it, including probably the top 3 on that list.
Again,
the difference between champ is Matt Gerber at Tomahawk. Won it last year and set a state record in the process at 21.40.
That race, the guys that make it, the difference between the guys that make it and the guys that don't are going to be hundredths of a second. Awards for Division 3 shot put now taking place.
Yeah, I haven't seen the winner of the shot put results. We have been told that.
Okay, this. I see Kaylee Camps of Belmont, second place. Oh, this is Blahnik, I believe, isn't it?
Establishing a new record in the Division 3 shot put from Algoma, Kennedy Blahnik.
Kennedy Blahnik setting another record in the Division 3 shot put. She is your champion.
Repeating as the champion and a new record.
Repeat winner, state champion, state record. That's a pretty good day.
Oh, she and her brother set records today, so congratulations to the Blahnik family. Kennedy Blahnik says her competition's a girl who's the same age in Henderson, Nevada. She met her last summer at a meet, and they followed each other's progress, and she says she competes against her. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
The sport where you can quantify how you do. And
here comes the girls' 3,200 meter run final for Division 3. We have 17 competitors, led by Molly Seidel, the senior from University Lake School. Brianna Colbinson from Spring Valley is also in the field, along with Abby Moore of Oshkosh Lords, her teammate from Lords, Nora Keller, Grace Moyer from St. Mary's Springs, Becca Goslin from Living Word Lutheran, Krista Wamsley from Darlington, Lori Stickling from Clear Lake, Sydney Alexander from Regis, Steph Olson, New Lisbon, Tori Winters, Flambeau, Danica Harrison, Auburndale, Hannah Robolio from Darlington, Emily Ellman from Lena St. Thomas Academy, Mariana Dryak from Blair Taylor, Tori Palmer from Pittsville, and Megan Tarleton from Wabeno, the 17 runners that will compete here in the final of the 3,200 meter run.
All eyes on Molly Seidel, the 3-time winner in this event out of University Lake School.
She's looking to become only the 18th girl to win an event 4 times and only the second one to win 2 different events 4 times. That's
She's already run
here.
the state cross country event 4 times.
Brianna Colbinson of Spring Valley is in this race. Seidel defeated Colmanson for the state individual cross country championship, and Seidel won that race by 41 seconds ahead of Colbinson. And Colbinson had the 3rd fastest time for all divisions at state cross country, so she's no slouch either. And Seidel heads right to the front, and Colbinson's going to try and stick with her at least to start.
Well, they know one another well. Colbinson actually has a better time than Molly in the 1600 this year.
Seidel and Colbinson have already put about 50 meters between themselves and the 3rd and 4th place runners.
We've got to know Seidel well over the years. We've told the story before. She was literally a 1-person team when she started at University Lake School. Brian Burkowski was her coach. She knew him from a church team, and he agreed to serve as her coach. It was a one-person team for 2 years. Now there's almost 12 on the track team at University Lake, including Molly's sister Isabel and her brother Fritz.
Sydney Alexander is in 3rd place. Abby Moore of Oshkosh Lords is in 4th, but they trail Seidel, who's in 1st, and Colbinson's is in 2nd, and now Seidel is putting Colbinson in the rearview mirror already.
Again, she's been spoken of in the same breath with Susie Faber Hamilton. And if she wins this today, she and Susie Faber Hamilton will certainly be in a unique class in the history of this event, or this tournament.
And she's so much more than just a distance runner. She's a champion alpine ski racer, a sailing instructor, and a ukulele player.
Yeah, she did her senior thesis on the history of the ukulele.
What else?
You said you talked to her at the Scholar Athlete event. Did you talk ukuleles?
Not much. I was more of an accordion guy.
Oh,
so
okay.
I guess we really could have gotten into it.
Boy, you could have jammed up there at the,
yeah, that'd be
at
something.
the dais.
That'd be something. As you mentioned, the WIAA Scholar Athlete, Molly Seidel, a 4.0 grade point average, president of the school's student government, and headed to the University of Notre Dame.
She could have gone really anywhere.
Yeah.
Considered offers from Georgetown and Stanford as well. She's a National Merit Scholarship semifinalist. I mean, really a remarkable story.
And her demeanor is always so cool. You know, you never see her struggling. At least we've never seen her struggle in a race. And again, when someone is so successful, people think it comes very easily. Well, she does have talent and she does have gifts, but Seidel puts in the time too in whatever she does. And it's certainly paying off in her high school career and undefeated high school career here.
She's what, a pianist, a sailor, a photographer. You listed all her other interests. What a well-rounded young woman.
No question.
And she knows the history of the ukulele now. So she'll be good at parties.
Oh, I would imagine that'll be a real conversation piece, won't it?
But she said she doesn't try to take it seriously. She's just out there to have fun.
Well, I guess a lot of fun when you win all the time.
Yeah. But with winning like she has comes pressure. And State Journal had a piece the other day. They called up Susie Faber Hamilton and saw her race at the Foot Locker event a few years back in Kenosha, an event that Seidel did not do particularly well. She had a staph infection in her leg. Susie ended up comforting Seidel at the end of the race. Already the applause is starting for Molly Seidel, who is lengthening her lead in the 3200. But Susie makes it pretty clear that she shouldn't try to be Susie Faber Hamilton and be her own person and go out there and do as well as she can and don't take it too seriously. Just have fun.
Well, if she needs a target to shoot for, she already has the Division III state record, as we mentioned, but the state record for any division currently held by Allie Woodward of Notre Dame. She set last year 10-11-48. The Division I state record is actually a little slower than that, 10-15-40 by Lori Walter of Sauk Prairie in 1985. Seidel this year has run a 10-09, which would better that Allie Woodward record. Seidel ran a 10-09.89 back in February.
And the way she competes, you gotta think that's got to be the goal that Coach Borkowski put out there for her today. And again, the crowd already cranked up to see Seidel. They appreciate greatness, and they appreciate distance runners in this state because there's been so many good ones.
Yeah, getting applause with 3 laps to go from the grandstand crowd. And she looks like she could run all day long. Brianna Colbinson from Spring Valley is still running in second place, and I'll tell you what, she's the best second place runner you're going to find. She's put a whole lot of distance, a whole straightaway between her and the rest of the field that are currently running in the 3rd position and beyond. By the way, that 3rd place runner is Abby Moore from Oshkosh Lords. 4th place right now, Laura Stickling from Clear Lake.
And all those ladies you just ticked off, can't wait for Molly Seidel to graduate. Because they're all underclassmen, and next year they probably will compete to get their moment in the sun. But this tournament has belonged to Molly Seidel for the last 4 years.
Seidel is maybe going to lap a couple of runners.
Again, every time she comes in front of the grandstand, the applause builds.
Seidel now with 2 laps remaining in the 3,200 meter run. I tell you, you mentioned I had a chance to meet her, and she is very soft spoken, but I'll tell you what, she's one of the most polite young ladies you'd ever want to run into. And there's the lap traffic, if you will, and Seidel will pick the first one off right now. Seidel with an impressive run.
Again, the fastest 3,200 meter run in the state is 10 minutes, 11.48 seconds. That's what she's chasing. And she certainly got to have a shot at that number.
I would think.
Her final lap will start in about 30 yards.
You'll hear the bell for the final lap. Seidel has about 1:05 on that final lap to get the record, it appears, the big record.
There seems little doubt that she will win her 4th Division III championship in the 3,200 meter.
And again, she is lapping people.
She will run again tomorrow in the 1,600 and for the first time in the state tournament in the 800 against two-time champion Elizabeth Paspahala of Edgar. That'll be interesting.
That'll be one to watch, no question.
So the big crowd will get to see her 2 more times, but this is the one that put her on the map. I think it introduced everybody to Molly Seidel as a little freshman out of University Lake School, wherever the heck that is.
Seidel with less than 100 meters to go.
Crowd standing.
Well, she won't get that 10-11, it appears. She's going to be in the 10-20 area, 10-21 and change, it appears, for Molly Seidel. And as she finishes, the rest of the field has some work to do. 10:21.93, the time for Seidel.
That is a Division III record. She bests her own record by 12 seconds there.
10:21.93 for Seidel. Brianna Colbinson with a strong finish for Spring Valley. She's going to come in second. Colbinson crosses 11:01.48.
And here comes a battle for third.
That's Abby Moore trying to hang on. Her teammate Nora Keller making a push, and it's going to be Abby Moore holding on for third place.
Battle of Oshkosh Lourdes girls.
And there you see the finishers coming in as they complete their 3,200 meter runs. So Seidel wins it by 40 seconds. Again, the finishers completing their run as we wrap up the final in the 3,200 meter run for Division III girls.
What a moment, and it probably will be pretty exciting here in a few minutes when the crowd gets to see Seidel accept her 4th gold medal as a champion in the 3,200. Again, they appreciate greatness, and that's truly what Molly Seidel has been the last 4 years in this meet in both the 1,600 and the 3,200.
So Molly Seidel of University Lake School wins her 4th 3,200 meter title in Division III. Her winning time, 10 minutes, 21.93 seconds.
1,600 meter relay, Division II girls 3,200 meter run. The existing Division II record held by Allie Woodward. Notre Dame set in 2011 a record 10:11.48. Competing in this year's Division II.
All right, 3,200 meter run final, right?
From the inside, Liz
For Division II.
McFarland, Anna Eisenzimmer, Dodgeville Mineral Point, Michelle Lee.
Next up in Division II, the girls' 3,200 meter run final. We'll have 17 competitors going for the state championship. They include Liz Smits, a senior from McFarland, Anna Eisenzimmer from Dodgeville Mineral Point, a sophomore, Michelle Lee, a junior from Madison Edgewood, Hannah Owens, a freshman from Mineral Point, Dodgeville, Kelly Greenwood, a senior from Two Rivers, Lady Smith, junior, Andrea Ostenzo, Liz Bloy, a junior from Freedom, Jamie Shannon is a junior from McFarland, Hayward's Chelsea Tremblay is a junior, Jenna Williams from Kiel is sophomore, Rachel Sudbury, senior from Tomahawk, Samantha Hone from Clintonville, a junior, Mackenzie Fortier, sophomore from Osceola, Delaney Sinnen, Randon Lake, sophomore, Maggie Schauer, a sophomore from Pewaukee, Christine Conrath, a senior from Horicon, and Sydney Cody, a freshman from Lakeside Lutheran. They will compete for the title in the Division II 3,200 meter run.
You'll have a new champion in this event because Allie Woodward of Notre Dame ran the fastest ever 3,200 a year ago 10 minutes, 11.48 seconds. And that record still stands after Miley Seidel earlier today, moments ago in fact, won her 4th Division III title in this event. Smith's out of McFarland with the best qualifying time at 11:13.96.
Jumping out to the early lead is Andrea Ostenzo from Ladysmith. Ostenzo won the 1600 last year. She edged Allie Woodward for the 1600 title. And Ostenzo has clearly established herself as the leader. It's Ostenzo and everyone else right now. Andrea Ostenzo with a commanding advantage here. Early stages of the 3,200 meters for Division II. Again, great running conditions for this distance tonight as the temperatures are now starting to fall through the 60s, but as recently as last year, the temperature brushed into the 90s and there was some question whether they could even run the race as they were watching that combination of temperature and humidity, but no worries like that this year.
An ideal day weather-wise for these athletes.
So Ostenzo maintains the lead heading into the 4th turn of her 2nd lap. Michelle Lee of Madison Edgewood's in 2nd, and Kelly Green of Two Rivers running in 3rd place right now. But they are tightly bunched for the places 2nd through 10th.
Ostenzo's a junior, setting her own pace. Down the field, come get me.
And so far they have not. Ostenzo, another underclassman, making her mark today. She's the junior from Ladysmith. And if anything, she has extended her lead here. Next time around, there'll be 5 laps to go in the 3,200 meter final in Division II. Lights are on here at Veterans Memorial Field in La Crosse, but the full effect is not taken quite yet as the sun is still throwing quite a bit of light on the track surface. Ostenzo coming around again with that comfortable advantage on the rest of the pack. Still Lee of Edgewood and Greenwood of Two Rivers, the 2nd and 3rd place runners right now. But again, they're about 50 meters behind the leader, Andrea Ostenzo from Ladysmith.
Yeah, if anything, I think she's lengthened her lead a little bit.
Now almost a full turn around.
She opened some eyes last year when she beat Woodward in the 1600.
Yeah, that's quite an accomplishment. So she has a 1600 meter title and now looking to add the 3200 to her resume. Just about halfway through our Division II 3200 meter final. Now it's the Two Rivers runner Kelly Greenwood who has separated herself from Lee, the Edgewood runner.
And I actually think they've tightened things up.
Just a little bit.
Second and final call. Girls Division 3 1600-meter relay. All girls.
But still, Ostenzo, a very comfortable margin. She looks very strong here with
And very poised.
3.5 laps to go.
Very little strain on her face. She came around the last time.
Yeah, the rest of the group might have picked up a stride or two, but not much change for Ostenzo. We're going to take a look back at the race for second place. That's Anna Eisenzimmer from Dodgeville Mineral Point, who's trying to get past Greenwood, who's had second place for quite a while now from Two Rivers. Greenwood, though, still maintaining second place, and there you see the margin that Ostenzo has as she comes by the start-finish line. And she sees 3 laps remaining. Now Greenwood has retaken second place from Eisenzimmer. Liz Smits of McFarland has now moved into 4th place. Pretty tight there for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, but Smits currently leading that group. Ostenzo took the lead early. She's had this margin for about the last 4 laps.
She has set the pace from the start. Went out there with a plan and come get me, and no one's really come within about 35 yards of her.
Good battle developing for second place with Eisenzimmer and Greenwood. We'll see if they can make any kind of final push to get up to Ostenzo, but that might be a race for second place. There's a good look at the gap between first, second, and third. Ostenzo goes by with the lead. And there's Eisenzimmer and Greenwood. Greenwood a shoulder ahead in second on the inside. And the rest of the field goes by as well. They're all competing for a spot on the podium in the top 6 places as well. Well, we saw Molly Seidel in the Division 3 3200 lap a number of competitors, and Ostenzo now is catching the tail end of this group in Division 2. And there's her first pass.
See how strong she looks in that stride.
She looks the same in the last lap as she did in the first.
And she has definitely lengthened her lead in that last lap.
They'll ring the bell, the final lap for Andrea Ostenzo.
And it seems very doubtful she can be caught.
Eisenzimmer now gets second place as she crosses the start-finish line for Dodgeville Mineral Point, just ahead of Greenwood of Two Rivers. Ostenzo, though, maintains almost a 3/4 turn lead. There's Andrea, who appears to be on her way to an impressive victory in the Division 2 3200 meter run. Now into the bright sunshine. She'll look right into that sun as she makes that turn around the third and fourth corners.
But she looks like someone just enjoying a twilight run. And she's going to win the 3,200 for the first time to go with the victory in the 1,600 last year as a sophomore. Andrea Stenzel from Ladysmith, hearing it from the crowd.
And here she comes to put the finishing touches on the state title. Stenzo's time is 10:48.78. Now we'll wait for some other place winners. Greenwood of Two Rivers got second, 10:56.91.
And she cramped up.
Smits of McFarland takes third, 11:04.16, and Eisenzimmer, the runner from Dodgeville Mineral Point, takes fourth. There you see, congratulations for Andrea Ostenzo, the Ladysmith Junior. Laps the field and posts an impressive victory for the girls' 3,200 meter run in Division II. Ostenzo's winning time, 10:48.78. Congratulations to Ostenzo, Andrea Ostenzo, the 3,200 meter champion.
Results of the girls Division III girls 3,200 meter run. In 10th place, Emily Ellman, Lena St. Thomas, 11:48.22. In 9th, Sydney Alexander, Regis, 11:45 flat. In 8th, Donica Harrison.
Now look at the awards for the 3,200 meter run in Division III. And Molly Seidel of University Lake School takes her very familiar position at the top of the podium.
Should be a pretty hearty applause for the four-time champion Seidel.
And a nice round of applause for Brianna Colvinson, the second place finisher from Spring Valley.
WIAA state champion, repeating as a state champion for the fourth time. A four-time state champion.
And there's the announcement, the fourth time winning the 3,200 for Molly Seidel. And great sportsmanship by the other five competitors on the podium as well.
Joining the crowd, which stands as one to applaud for Molly Seidel. But you're right, you don't see the other competitors acknowledge the champ like that. Again, Seidel wins. Brianna Colbinson of Spring Valley second. Teammates Abby Moore and Nora Keller third and fourth. They're both from Oshkosh Lords. Laura Stickling from Clear Lake fifth. And Becca Goslin from Living Word Lutheran sixth. We have time to give you the updated team standings.
Oh, please do. We'll have the 4x400 meter relay in Division III Heat 1 coming up.
Well, after day one, Oshkosh Lourdes is your leader in Division III. This is after 5 events have been scored. Oshkosh Lourdes 18 points, Manitowoc Lutheran with 16, Algoma with 15, St. Mary's Springs with 12, Edgar with University Lake School with 10, Then Belmont, Spring Valley, Southwestern, Wild Rose, Laird Taylor, and Elmwood Plum City have 8. Watch out for Edgar tomorrow. They've got all the relay teams alive, and they got Dittmans and Thurzes and lots of defending champs. They're still the team to beat in Division III girls.
No doubt. All right, here we go with Heat 1 of the girls 4x400 meter relay in Division 3. The field includes Newman Catholic in Heat 1 with Marathon, Cambridge, Elmwood, Plum City, Fall River, Clear Lake, St. Mary's Springs, and Independence, Gilmanton. So each of our 4 runners will make one circuit and then hand the baton off to their teammates. In the girls' 1600 meter relay.
If I can interject, the boys' triple jump in Division III is over, and Kyle Schuler of Edgar is repeated as the champ. He goes 45, 7 3/4. Austin Schaefer of Hilbert is second. Alec Dix of Wild Rose is third. Randy Martin of Crivets fourth. Noah Stahl of Ozaki fifth. Bobby Mickelson of Regis sixth in the boys' triple jump. Want to update us on what's going on here?
Right now, it's St. Mary's Springs with the lead as we head to the end of the first leg of the 4x400.
The boys' Division III team rankings after day 1 have Edgar on top with 18 points thanks to Schuler's win. Wild Rose, Crivets, and Hilbert are all tied for second with 16. Rosholt, the defending champ, is fifth with 15. Cuba City is sixth with 14 points, and Algoma and Prairie School tied for seventh with 10. Then comes Stratford with 9 and McDonald Central with 8. So Edgar leads the boys, and they're in position to repeat as the champ in Division III girls. That after day 1, 5 events.
But a lot can happen tomorrow. A lot can change with all those finals. Kara Harasha is the runner for St. Mary's Springs right now, and she's getting a pretty good challenge for the lead. Cambridge had second, and now they give up second. It's Elmwood Plum City coming on strong. Elmwood Plum City is giving St. Mary's Springs a big challenge, and now jumping in front for Elmwood Plum City is Elena Danzinger, and she has the lead. And here comes the challenge from Cambridge on the back straight. In fact, 4 teams really in the running here for the win in Heat 1. And now suddenly Fall River comes away with the lead out of turn 4. Elmwood Plum City is making a strong run here to take that lead back, however. Elmwood Plum City will go with Becky Hartung on the anchor lap. And for Fall River, Haley Cook, a junior, now has the baton. Sarah Connolly of Newman Catholic has the Cardinals in second place right now. So Becky Hartung and Elmwood Plum City in the lead. But maybe not for long, as Connolly of Newman Catholic goes around the outside to take number 1. Now Cambridge, strong run, moving into second. Fall River isn't done yet either.
Monica Muth, I think, has had such a big day.
She's the Cambridge runner in blue, trying to pass the Newman Catholic runner in red, and Muth does it. Wow.
Well, she's had as big a day as anybody, qualifying in the 100 and 200 and coming in 6th in the long jump, and there she just wins the heat. with a great anchor leg for Cambridge.
And it was Monica Muth, the freshman for Cambridge. And she gets the Blue Jays the win in the heat by 0.2 of a second over Newman Catholic.
Well, I remember that name, Monica Mute.
Yeah. Well, she's had a spectacular day. So Newman Catholic and Cambridge paced the group out of Heat 1 in the 4x400 meter relay. And there you see the final times of the field in Heat 1. Now handing out the awards in the Division III triple jump.
And again, Kyle Schuler is going to get the top award here, and Austin Schaefer of Hilbert getting an award for second place. Guy in the top stand is Kyle Schuler for the second straight year. He wins the triple jump from Edgar.
Big smile from the shot put, the triple jump champion in Division III. All right, congratulations to those award winners. Okay, heat number 2 for the girls 4x400 relay. Lane 1 will be Edgar. Lane 2, Shell Lake. Wild Rose in 3, Darlington 4, Partyville 5. Drummond lane 6, Melrose Mindoro lane 7, and Benton Scales Mound will run lane 8.
Edgar's got the best seat time at 4:03.97. They're the defending champ. They won it in 4:03.36. They also hold the state record from the year before. That's under 4 minutes, 3:58.43.
Jenna Heidman gets the first leg for Edgar in this relay. Elizabeth Paspahala will get the last leg.
They have everyone back from last year. Heidman, Denfeld, Holly Denfeld, Tessa Thurs, and Elizabeth Paspahala, the quartet that won the championship in 11.
Well, these things tend to go in streaks, and I'll tell you what, Edgar's got a streak you don't see all the time. And they're out of the gate for heat number 2 in the 4x400.
If I can, I don't think we ever gave the shot put results. We told you Kennedy Blahnik set a record in the shot. She's a sophomore from Algoma. She wins the record of 47 feet 11 inches. Keely Camps of Belmont second. Katie Rutz of Amherst third. Another Algoma girl, Carissa Captain fourth. Johanna Tyson of Regis fifth. And Rachel Stone of Regis sixth. Congratulations to Kennedy Blahnik, who has a shot put record. Her brother Zach did as well in the disc, both in Division III.
Melrose Mindoro in lane 7. Having a strong start. For Edgar, Heidman will hand off to Holly Denfeld. So Denfeld with the second leg of this 4x400 meter relay, and it appears that Edgar is in a very familiar position as they head around turns 1 and 2.
And you know our friend Rob Hernandez is all about celebrity sightings.
Yes.
Got his first one here.
Who's that?
Sam Decker.
Oh.
Sheboygan Lutheran basketball
there
star.
You go.
He's here to watch his girlfriend who qualified for the 300-yard hurdles.
Hard to miss him.
Our thanks to Rob for tweeting the important stuff.
Up next for Edgar will be Tessa Thurs. She'll get leg 3. And Paspahala gets the anchor leg. Boy, what a lineup. Shell Lake makes a move into second place. That's a good leg from Hannah Castle, sophomore for Shell Lake. But now Thurs is on her way for her 400 meters. Thurs has about a 75-meter lead. Edgar trying to qualify another relay team into the finals tomorrow. This one, the 1,600 meters. Now we have just 4x400 meter relay races the rest of the night. Girls Division 2, Boys Division 3, and Boys Division 2, and then that'll wrap up day one at the state meet. Thurs handing off to Paspahala for the final 400 meters. As you can see, you can't see the second place team of Shell Lake until now. Again, a great perspective on how large a lead Edgar has opened up here in just about 1,400 meters. So it was 2 seniors and 2 juniors for this 1,600 meter relay for Edgar. And Elizabeth Paspahala, who's only a junior, is the one who's going to finish it out. It's going to be about a 100-meter win for the Edgar 1,600 meter relay team. And
keep an eye on the clock.
This is going to be pretty good. It's under 4 minutes. Waiting for the official word. Shell Lake is going to hang on for second place.
3:58.31. I think that sets a record. It does. So Edgar, 2 relay teams have set records in the prelims today. That breaks the 2010 record set by Edgar of 3:58.43.
So they break it by 13/100ths of a second, and another state mark for the Edgar girls relay team, and we'll see them go after another state title in the finals tomorrow. 3:58.31 the time for the Wildcats. Division II long jump awards now. As we wind down day one of the state track and field meet.
I don't think we've got these results yet.
Division II long jump, the winners from East Troy, so we can check our program, and it's
Rosina Santos.
Yeah. She's only a sophomore, but she won the title.
Santos wins with a mark of 18.6. 18.6 and a half.
Rosina Santos with a distance of 18 feet 6.5 inches.
18.6.5. That's not far off the state mark of Heather Highland, 18.11.
In Division II, girls 1,600 meter relay, the existing Division II record held by Columbus set in 2004, a record 3:58.13.
Okay, we continue now back on the track. Girls 4x400 meter relay, 2 heats of preliminaries in Division II. Heat 1 features Aquinas, Lakeside Lutheran, Viroqua, Boston, Milwaukee Lutheran, Brilliant, Tomahawk, and Fox Valley Lutheran.
Aquinas the best seed time at 4:04.26.
8
Heel
teams
won this event a year ago, and they aren't back.
8 teams in Heat 1, 9 teams in Heat 2 here in the Division II 1,600 meter relay.
I take that back. Kiel is back, although they're the 7th best team of Heat 2.
Underway with Heat 1 of the girls 1,600 meter relay in Division II. Milwaukee Lutheran with a strong start there in lane 5. They're in a battle with Brilliant right now in lane 6. Here comes Lakeside Lutheran in lane 2 as we approach the end of the first leg of 4 here in the 1600-meter relay, heat 1. Looks like Lakeside Lutheran has, or make that Aquinas on the inside. Nope, Lakeside Lutheran, lane 2. They have clearly jumped out to a strong lead here in heat number 1.
Out for Aquinas, though. They've got Madeline Hoppert, the 800 champ, running one of their legs.
Yep, she'll be the anchor for Aquinas. Hoppert won the 800 a year ago, and she was second at state cross country, so we'll see her. So if Aquinas can be anywhere near the front of the pack, you would imagine that Hoppert might be able to close the deal, but we are just halfway through heat 1. Lakeside Lutheran trying to hold off Aquinas. And Lakeside will have the lead going into the third leg. Alexia Lorenz, the senior, off to a good start in leg 3. Trying to chase her down is Annie Joslin, a senior for Aquinas. And she's doing a pretty good job of that. Rachel Beal for Lakeside Lutheran will run the anchor leg. And she's hoping to have the lead when she gets the baton. That's going to be a close call. That's Mauston in second, passing the Aquinas runner. Pretty good run there for Andrea Thomas, the sophomore from Mauston.
She made up some serious ground.
So Hoppert's on the track and she's making up some big distance. She's in second.
And she's moving.
Hoppert to the lead.
Hoppert, a San Francisco recruit.
Mauston in second. Lakeside Lutheran has dropped to third. I don't know if anyone's going to have an answer for Madeline Hoppert.
A woman on a mission here. Aquinas is going to be the win the heat thanks to Madeline Hoppert's anchor leg.
Boy, did that turn things around, huh?
And she's a nice person to have in your back pocket. Here comes a battle for third.
Yeah, big finish from Viroqua's Jolly Parrish. She's got third. Hoppert finishes it for Aquinas, and let's see if Viroqua might have snuck into second.
Great effort there by Viroqua. Is that Jolly Parrish?
I believe that is.
Another freshman.
So Aquinas the win at 4:01.65. And Viroqua did get second.
So all the credit there to Jolly Parrish, who never quit.
Very impressive.
Good job by the freshman to get second, Mauston third, and Lakeside fourth, all within 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds.
Okay, we'll see how that holds up against heat number 2 of the girls' 4x400 meter relay. So there are the times for heat 1. Division 3 3,200 meter run awards now being handed out.
It's Andrea Stenzo is going to get some love here in a minute from the crowd.
And your 2012 WIAA state champion from Ladysmith, Andrea Ostenso, with a time of
10:48.78 again, her winning time is Andrea Stenzo, number 1 in the 3,200 meters for Division 2. All right, our final race for the girls 1600 meter relay. It's the second heat of Division 2. And the teams competing will include Platteville in lane 1, Shorewood in lane 2, Arcadia lane 3, Notre Dame in 4, Lake Mills lane 5, Hayward in lane 6, Kiel in lane 7, and Mosinee in 8. Wittenberg Burnhamwood will start in lane 9. It's probably kind of tough to run some of these races so late in the day where the sun's going down. Some people are having trouble keeping their energy up. But
Platteville started this thing at 3.
Yeah.
They're the top seed here. Many of the same girls. They repeated as the 3200 relay champ at 3 o'clock. And here they are 5 hours later trying to stay fresh and get into the finals in the 1600 meter relay.
Yeah. But it's really nothing new in their line of work. That's what regionals and sectionals were probably like too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Saris run so very well this morning and clinch their third straight 3200 meter relay title. That was a final. This is a heat to get into the final.
Probably helps.
Platteville with the top seed time, 4:02.06.
Probably helps being 18 too.
Yeah.
Snap back pretty quick. First leg completed. Heat number 2, 1600 meter relay. And now the back straight, Notre Dame with a lead. Shorewood second. But we're not quite to the halfway point of this race.
And Kiel's the defending state champ, but they only had the 7th best seat time. Have 2 of the 4 runners back from last year's state champions.
Kiel's in 3rd, just ahead of Platteville, but Platteville runners moving into 3rd as we speak, and now looking at 2nd place. Saris is again the anchor for Platteville. And the last time she took the baton, she blazed a trail to the lead in a hurry. For Notre Dame, Katie Maris, the senior, has the baton. But she's being tracked down by Platteville. And Platteville moves in front.
Guess that long layoff hasn't hurt him.
Not too bad. So imagine if Saris has a comfortable lead heading into the final lap. Now the last relay was Julia Lowinger, who had the strong 3rd leg. We're trying to find out the number of this runner. See if it's Lowinger again. That's Laura Donovan this time, who had the 3rd leg for Platteville. So Laura Donovan gets the lead and gives Saris the stick.
A junior, just like Lowinger.
But Saris isn't running away from the Notre Dame runner. I think that's Mallory Walchek. Let's see if Saris can get her and turn it back to Platteville's way. Kiel is in 3rd place right now. But at the front, Saris is trying to get the lead back for Platteville. Here she comes. But not yet.
Notre Dame, Platteville, and Kiel.
That was Mallory Walshek.
And that's the way they finish. Notre Dame, Platteville, and Kiel. Let's check the time.
Yeah. Again, the goal was to get to the final, which Notre Dame and Platteville will do.
4:01:25.
Yep, 25 for Notre Dame, 4:01:42 for Platteville. So both of those times beat Aquinas' time in Heat 1. So that's shaping up as a heck of a run in the 1,600-meter relay in Division II for girls tomorrow.
And Kiel should get a chance to defend its title as well.
Yep. 4:02:42.
Before I go to the boys, we'll give you the girls' team title or team totals in Division II. In fact, might as well give the long jump results. We told you Brazina Santos won. She's from East Troy, jumped 18.6 and a half. Tatiana Rice of Gail Eric Trempolo was second. Megan School of Wittenberg Burnhamwood third. Morgan Johnson of Spooner fourth. Michigan's Paige Rebecki was fifth. Taylor Rosenfeld, a little shoot, was sixth. So after day one, 5 events scored. Division II team rankings have GET, Gaelectric Temperlo in the lead with 15, McFarland with 11 in second place, tied with Lake Mills. Then a bunch with 10 points, East Troy, Platteville, Whitewater, Kettle Moraine Lutheran, and Ladysmith. Freedom and Dodgeville Mineral Point have 9, Bigfoot, Two Rivers, West Salem have 8. So still pretty wide open in Division II, where Wrightstown is the defending champ. And they don't have a point.
Well, we have reached the final 4 races of day one of competition. More 1,600-meter relay action. It'll be in Division III now. The first of 2 heats for the boys. There's your lineup for Heat 1. Partyville, Whitehall, Kohler, Colfax, Iola Scandinavia, Fall River, Boyceville, and Rib Lake, the 8 teams running in Heat 1. We'll also have 8 more teams running in the second heat. And we'll have a new champion in this event as Gilman, the defenders, or the champions last year, not backed to defend that title in Division III.
Partyville have the best seed time in Division III Heat 1. Partyville 327.37.
That's lane 4, Colfax ready to take off. And Dallin Donkey and the rest of the field now taking off in Heat 1 of the 1,600-meter relay. Blake is the team on the outside. Colfax has made up plenty of the stagger there in lane 4. And the first round of exchanges, and looks like Colfax and Kohler are going to battle for the lead here early. And Whitehall is going to be in contention as well. Change for the lead there as Whitehall, and well, it's going to be a battle for that lead. Whitehall not ready to give it up yet. Partyville battling Whitehall for first. Here comes the next exchange. John Segula has it for Whitehall. Kiernan Litwiller, the junior, for Partyville. So two juniors, Segula and Litwiller, battling for first, and there goes the Partyville runner, Litwiller. But Segula isn't going to let Litwiller get too far away in the lead. Setting up for an exciting finish. Jake Pientok, the fine senior for Whitehall, ready to run the final leg, and he'll have the lead as he gets the exchange. Kyle Becker runs the final leg for Partyville. Pientok and Becker. They're 200 yards from the finish in Heat 1, 1,600-meter relay. Now things are tightening up as the runners in third and fourth place are making a contest of this. Colfax and Kohler. But now here's Pientok for Whitehall starting to pull away. Strong finish by Jake Pientok of Whitehall. And he'll get the heat win for his team just ahead of Partyville.
Pientok's one of the more impressive runners today. And he wraps up his day with a good anchor leg.
326.81, Partyville 327.87. So the final numbers coming in on Heat 1 as the scoring system computes the final standings. And we'll give you the times of all 8 teams as they are posted by the timing system, and there you have it. So that's Heat 1. Whitehall posted 326.81. Now to Heat 2. Princeton Green Lake in lane 1, Wild Rose in lane 2, Newman Catholic lane 3, Marathon in lane 4, Melrose Mindoro lane 5, Pecatonica Argyle in lane 6, Cuba City in lane 7, and Drummond will run in lane 8. That's your lineup for Heat 2.
Princeton Green Lake's seat time 327.18.
Now the lights are starting to take a little effect here as the sun continues to drop into the horizon.
We'll be back with you tomorrow at 10:30 for the finals and divisions 1, 2, and 3.
We'll all sleep well tonight. There's the light standard. You're around the inner field here at Veterans Memorial Field, Roger Herring Stadium at UW La Crosse. Princeton Green Lake, Wild Rose, Newman Catholic, Marathon, Melrose Mindoro, Pecatonica Argyle, Cuba City, and Drummond in this heat. Cuba City in a battle with Pecatonica Argyle right now. But again, with the stagger, it's hard to tell. They'll blend in. A little bit of a trouble on the handoff for Cuba City there. That gives Peck Argyle perhaps a step or two advantage. We'll know a lot more about the standings when they hit the cones on the far side or right there. Now they can blend in. It's Pecatonica Argyle right now. Second place, Princeton Green Lake, but that's going to change right now as PGL has taken first place. Nice run by Matt Sosinski for Princeton Green Lake.
Well, Matt Sosinski, last 100 yards, cranked things up.
Kenny Crosse now with the baton for Princeton Green Lake, and he'll try and maintain that lead and hand it over to Matt Van Soik to finish it up.
And Van Soik's had a big day.
Princeton Green Lake with the lead. That's Marathon running in second right now. So Van Soik will get it for Princeton Green Lake. And he's off and running. For Marathon, it's Paul Seeliger. He's a senior for Marathon. Going to be a tough task to catch Van Soik, but Seeliger is going to give it all his best shot. Van Soik and Princeton Green Lake with about a 10-meter lead heading into the final turn, and now the final stretch.
What we've learned is he only gets stronger when he gets to this part of the race, and here he goes again with a big finish.
He's going to get the deal done. Matt Van Soik leading Princeton Green Lake to the win in heat number 2.
He's just a big, strong kid.
3:28.58 for Princeton Green Lake. So a little slower than Whitehall's winning effort in Heat 1, but plenty good enough to get Princeton Green Lake in the Division 3 1,600-meter relay final tomorrow. Okay, that's Division 3. Now we go to Division 2, the final 2 heats of the day. Heat 1 will feature Shorewood in lane 1, Monroe in lane 2, Gale Electric Trempealeau in lane 3, Lancaster lane 4, Kettle Moraine Lutheran lane 5, East Troy lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 7, Bloomer in lane 8, and Somerset will take lane 9.
Shorewood with the best seed time, 3:23.69. Keep an eye on Monroe. Ethan Maines won the 800. He'll run in this event. Set a record in doing so. Catholic Memorial won this event a year ago. They are not in the field this year.
That Monroe relay team was at the Penn Relays earlier this year. They were the only team from Wisconsin that made the trip out there and had a great old time. And one of the largest and oldest running track meets in the United States.
That'd be a great experience.
That sure was. They had gone in 2007 and had another opportunity to go in 2012.
We'll try to get the each senior class an opportunity.
Yep.
Sure, Skylar Stingley and Cody Udenot and Matt Bush, all seniors, appreciated that.
Waiting to get everything straight before we start for Heat 1 of the Division II 1600 meters. And now we're off. This again featuring Shorewood, Monroe, Gale Ettrick, Trempealeau, Lancaster, Kettle Moraine Lutheran, East Troy, Notre Dame, Bloomer, and Somerset. Looking for a berth in the 1600 meter relay final tomorrow.
Arcadia holds the record in this event, set in 2006. It's 3:21.67.
Completion of the first leg of the first heat of the 1600 relay. Monroe they got off to a good start, but now on the inside lane, Shorewood is really taking charge here in the second leg.
They scooted ahead of Monroe.
But now Monroe pushes back to take the lead. So Monroe trying to hold off Shorewood for the lead at the halfway mark of heat number 1. Ethan Main ran that last lap and got Monroe the lead.
I was going to say, I thought Maine regained the lead and handed off. So the winner in the 800 again completes a good day for the Cheesemakers.
Skylar Stingley now in front for Monroe.
And if anything, he's likely to lead a little bit over Shorewood.
Matt Bush is waiting at the start-finish line to run the last leg for the Cheesemakers.
I think Justin Rabone will run the anchor leg for Shorewood.
This could be something special this last lap. Bush has the lead for now, but here comes Rabone to try and chase him down. Big gap from first and second back to the rest of the field. So far, Bush holds off Rabone. East Troy has moved into third place now, but still quite a distance behind 1 and 2.
Rabone had the top 400 time coming into this event, and he's given Bush quite a go.
Hey, this is for real, isn't it? Rabone passes Bush, and Rabone will just glide in for the victory. Good run for Monroe as well, but the winner is going to be Shorewood behind strong anchor leg from Justin Rabone. And we'll get to see those two compete again tomorrow. So Shorewood gets 3:21.42. Monroe 3:22.01. They set the pace for heat 1 of our boys 1600 meter relay.
Boy, the way Rabone sailed in, they could have had a record time. 3:21.67 is the record in the last 20 meters or so. He kind of put it in cruise control.
They'll get another chance tomorrow.
So
coming up, the 134th race today.
Who's counting? I guess Steve.
Yeah, Steve Thurwachter with more critical information. Our final one of the day is heat number 2 of the boys 1600 meter relays in Division 2. Okay, so
actually, yeah, this is the 134th because my head's not working. They set a record with that 321.42. That they bested the Arcadia mark.
Okay.
So that is our 9th record of day one, and certainly gives Heat 2 something to think about.
Yeah, no question. Heat 2 will include Lodi, Boscobel, Waupun, Mount Horeb, Luxembourg, Casco, Freedom, Brillion, St. Croix Central, and Tomahawk. So here we go with the last run of Friday at the 2012 State Track and Field Meet. There's the Luxembourg Casco Spartans getting ready to go out of lane 5. Josh Vandenhouten, a senior, will begin the run for Luxembourg Casco. There's Waupun ready to go. Justin McClin starts for Waupun. And Heat 2 is underway.
Lodi with the best qualifying time in this section at 323.23.
And they're going to have Cade Clark at the back end of their relay. He'll run the anchor leg. So
Cade Clark had the best 400 time, along with, well, he's the defending champ. Boyne had the better time than Clark, but Clark is the defending champ in the 400.
So if Lodi can be anywhere near the front at the end, they'd love to put it in the hands of Cade Clark to finish it up. But this is only the completion of leg 1 of 4 here in the 1600 meters. And they'll go around the far turn, and then once they hit the yellow cones at the end of turn 2, they'll be able to filter in, and then we'll get a good look at how they stand, and that's where they are right now. Mount Horeb with the lead. But here comes Waupun, Luxembourg, Casco, and a host of others. Damon Baker will hand off the lead for Mount Horeb. Now Baker has it. And he still shows the way for the Vikings. This race so very competitive. Luxembourg Casco is going to jump out in front of the back stretch. We head into the third turn with Luxembourg Casco 1, Mount Horeb 2, Waupun in third. This is shaping up to be a great battle as they hand off for the final leg. For Luxembourg Casco, it's Dean McGuire, the junior. He'll run the last leg. For Waupun, Cody Tincher, a senior. And Nick Day for Mount Horeb. Those are the three in your picture. Waupun leading, but Luxembourg Casco trying to make a move to the outside. Now here comes Cade Clark for Lodi. He's trying to get third, but Cody Tincher has taken the lead for Waupun. Cody Tincher is going to run down the finish first. just ahead of McGuire for Luxembourg Casco.
And Clark came strong for Lodi, but he was too far back to make a difference and win the heat.
Well, a great race to finish up Friday at the 2012 WIAA State Track and Field Meet. We'll wait for the final numbers for Heat 2 of the 1,600-meter relay for Division 2. Upon 3:22.78. Luxembourg Casco 3:23.26. Lodi 3:23.89. And Mount Horeb takes fourth, 3:24.39. So we'll see who makes the finals in the 1,600-meter relay. Always a great way to wrap up an event. That'll be the final event tomorrow on Championship Saturday here at Veterans Memorial Field at UW-La Crosse. Well, a record-setting day, I guess, is the best way to shape it up, bro.
9 records fall. A lot of the stars came out and did what they were expected to do. Hardly anyone disappointed. The weather was absolutely perfect, and it sets up for a big day tomorrow. Got to meet a lot of the competitors today. We got to see Molly Seidel make history with her 4th straight 3,200 championship, winning, going away, setting another record. The Edgar girls are impressive, particularly the relay teams. They position themselves to become only the 6th team to win a 3rd straight title. That would be in Division 3 girls. But the other team titles up for grabs, and lots of good stuff here today, and we expect a repeat tomorrow.
And everyone goes full throttle tomorrow. You don't qualify tomorrow. You go for state championship gold when we resume tomorrow morning at 10:30 here at Veterans Memorial Field at UW-La Crosse. That'll wrap things up for day 1 of the 2012 WIAA State Track and Field Meet. We appreciate you joining us on FoxSportsWisconsin.com. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow morning at 10:30 when we resume competition here at the State Track and Field Championships. For our entire When We Were Young Productions crew, along with Bill Brophy, I'm Jay Wilson. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow morning again at 10:30.